Okay, not sure why. Give me just a second. I got to check something out real quick. I need the Apple real quick. Why is this one not working? Come on. Yeah, this is, yeah, I'm going to need your help with this one. I was afraid of that. Okay. While you're sitting here, if you go through, just click on all these. And when you see one that looks like this in brackets, just change it to
the same number or the closest.
Yeah, the same number. Can you do that for me? If you can do that, then you won't have to run the slides. All right. Okay. Good morning. You guys had chapter 1 between last class and today. Did anybody have any problems with chapter 1 in the yellow book? No problems? Good morning. Does anybody have any questions on the quiz that you took in the white book on page 181? If you got something wrong, did you not know why your answer was wrong? Do you need me to review any of these with you? Page 181. Everybody good? You look like you have a question. What's that? No problem. No problem. I'm not that kind of teacher. Just get to it whenever. And I got the wrong syllabus here. If you can't, that brings me to, if you can't get to, I'm going to compete with whatever that is out there. If you can't get to the homework, it's not a big deal, guys. I'm not going to penalize you. The course isn't dependent on it, nothing like that. But you do need this knowledge for the test. And you have to give me that yellow book back in 3.5 weeks. So if you get behind, you're going to have to really work hard at the end of the program to get caught up, or you're going to have to get your own yellow book, which is going to cost you money. So if you can't get to the homework, it's not a big deal. From that point on, every time I ask for grades, I'll just say, hey, do you have chapter 1 for me? Okay, good. Remember, this class isn't about grades. It never will be. I don't care what you get on chapter 4. What I care is that you got the knowledge you needed on chapter 4, not just to pass the test, but to function well as a CNA. Good? All right. Okay, Daisy, how'd you do? Daisy? One wrong, okay. Very good. Shiley, is that right? Shiley? Did I say it right? Shiley? Okay, 2 wrong. All right. Emily? Thank you. Madison? Thank you. Michael? Thank you. Sydney? Natalie? Adrian? That's fine. Dakota? Okay. Cheyenne? Very good. Sierra? Thank you. Yesed? Yaleen? Thank you. And Unizi?
I didn't get any wrong.
Okay, very good. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you want to be called Uni? Okay. All right. All right. Any questions on, oh, Jake, I'm going to mess you up when I click on them. I'm sorry. All right. Any questions on any of the ones that you missed? Anything you need me to go over? Good. All right. So I want to spend just a minute talking about healthcare delivery systems and healthcare payment systems. And I don't normally go over this in class, so I'm going to kind of keep this short. But it's important that we understand that healthcare in America is not free. It doesn't matter how old you get, healthcare is still not free. Most healthcare is paid for through two sources. The first is commercial insurance, and that's usually what we have when we're younger and we're working because we get it through our employer. So commercial insurance pays, but they only pay a percentage in most cases, and then people have co-pays and deductibles to pay, so there's always a cost to the patient as well. Now, as we get older and our health tends to deteriorate as we get older, most healthcare occurs when we're older, right? And our body's not working effectively anymore. So that was unaffordable to a lot of people way back when. You couldn't, you got old, you couldn't afford to go to the doctor because you're not working anymore, right? If our insurance that we have when we're younger isn't there, how do you afford the doctor? So the government created a program called Medicare, and Medicare pays for health care for older individuals and those that can't work, that are disabled. Okay, so we have, when we're young and healthy, insurance. When we're older and aren't working, Medicare. Everybody understand that? Medicare is not free. People are still paying that bill. It's just not the individual that's paying the bill. It's the rest of society. So we pay in a little bit out of every check that we get when we're working. We pay into this Medicare fund so that when we get old, hopefully, and we need health care, that the money will be there for us. Good? Everybody understand that? Okay. Now there's a third type of healthcare payment system for people that can't afford healthcare, that don't fall into one of those two groups. They're either not working, right, and have employer coverage, or they're not old or disabled, but they have healthcare needs that they can't afford to care for. That payment system is called Medicaid. So we have commercial insurance, we have Medicare for old and disabled, and we have Medicaid for people that need health care that can't afford it and don't qualify for one of those other two. Again, Medicaid is not free. It's low cost or no cost to the person being cared for, but it's still being paid for by society. Everybody good with that? Understand? Why am I bringing this up? Well, because when you go to work, you expect a paycheck, don't you? Where do you think that paycheck is going to come from? Yeah, it's going to come from the facility that you're working at based on services that they're billing these other payment sources for. So, patient gets admitted to wherever, hospital, nursing home, wherever, okay? Services are provided. We bill commercial insurance, Medicaid, Medicare. We get money for that, and then we pay you. Well, unfortunately, with all of the restructuring that's happening right now on a legal level, those payment sources are being diminished. Okay. So Medicaid is being cut drastically. Medicare is facing cuts. I don't know how that's all going to shake out, but we now are entering a era that we're not real sure what's going to happen with payment sources. So this is all kind of up in the air. Why am I bringing this up? Because your paycheck is going to depend on it. Employment opportunities are going to depend on this. If a nursing home is not making as much money providing services, they may not be able to hire as many caregivers. So you may see a decrease in job openings because of this. Do you guys understand how those two things go together? Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be job opportunities. We are so chronically understaffed for CNAs, it's not even funny. There are lots and lots of places for CNAs to work. But I do need you to be very realistic when you're in your negotiations for those job opportunities. You may not be getting the same hourly rate that you saw on a jobs board 6 months ago. Okay, does that make sense? Good. What happens on the legal stage impacts healthcare more than any other industry. I mean, legally, it impacts energy, it impacts oil and gas, it impacts manufacturing, but healthcare specifically is the most impacted industry when it comes to what's happening in Washington, D.C. So it pays, since that's the industry you're in, it pays for you to kind of keep up with the changes and make sure that you are letting your elected officials know where you stand on these issues, because otherwise they may give our jobs away. So you just a friendly reminder that democracy doesn't work unless we get involved. So please keep all of that in mind as you go through your medical career. You will have a question on the state exam about what I just talked about, the payment sources, who Medicare covers, who Medicaid covers, how the services are provided. You will have a question on the state exam because it is essential for you to understand what revenue is going to generate payment for your services. Now that we've uncovered all that, right? If those two payment services are cut, Medicare and Medicaid, and these people cannot get help through the normal channels that they have been going through, that means there's going to be an opportunity for individuals to provide those services. So your neighbor may come to you and say, hey, I know you're a CNA. I can't afford to put my husband in a facility. Can I hire you to come over a couple days a week and help him? So you're going to see some new opportunities pop up in this new landscape that we're in. And I want to spend just a minute talking about that because we have to cover liability. Remember that CNAs have to work under the direction of an RN. That's our job. We're nursing assistants, not patient assistants. We're nursing assistants. Without an RN, who is the one assuming liability? Yeah, that's right. That is correct. You also have to follow a care plan. Well, if there's no nurse to write a care plan, who's writing the care plan for you? So that means that you are determining the services provided. You are determining how to provide those services and adapt them to the needs of the patient. And you are the one that's going to determine what's going to be reported on to other people and what's not. So you are assuming all liability for all care of that patient. In a perfect world, it's no big deal. But if something goes sideways, remember that you are the one liable for all of that. So I'm not telling you not to take those opportunities, but I'm telling you that you need to go into those opportunities with wide eyes. You also are going to be responsible for your taxes as well, not just your portion, but the employer portion. You know, how many of you guys work? Have you ever looked at your pay stub? Like when you work, they take money from you before they give you what's left. And those are deductions. And if you've ever looked at those deductions, that employer that paid you had to match those. So if they took $100 out of your check, they took $100 from the employer too. Well, if you're the employer, they're not taking just $100 out of your paycheck. They're taking yours and the employer portion. So if you're going to work for your neighbor, make sure that you're pricing yourself to accommodate for those taxes that you're going to have to pay, so you don't get in trouble with the IRS. That's the one agency you do not want to get in trouble with. Good? Good. Do you guys understand a little bit about the current landscape and the opportunities that might be on the horizon? Okay. All right. Do you have any questions about what we went over? Jake, I'm going to hit a button. Okay. Do you have any questions about what we went over in class on Monday? Had to keep, what is today? It's been a long week and it's only Wednesday. Let's do a brief review about everything that we went over in class on Monday. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. You will get this review at the beginning of every class we do up through class 6. 6 is our last review. So kind of tuck that in the back of your mind, that 6 is the final review. Because it will, if you want to prepare for the state exam, go watch the first 45 minutes of class 6. And that'll kind of review all skills and principles that we've gone over. So how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan. Yeah, and it's not just the care plan, it's the whole care plan. And what does that mean? Nothing but the care plan. Yeah, we can't change it at all. Whatever it says, it says. So we can't substitute a walker for a gait belt. We can't get the patient out of bed to brush their teeth if it says that they need to stay in bed. We don't get to make those decisions. It's the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but that care plan. While you're doing the tasks on the care plan, are you doing that, Jake? Oh, it's like cycling through.
I was working on the Excel spreadsheet over here.
Oh, weird. Okay. While we're following the care plan, what should we be also doing? Making observations. Yeah. And who do we report those to? The nurse. That's right. Do we get to decide what's important to report? No, we report everything. Everything. If their skin looks a little funny today, report it. Every skill is going to start with an opening, and every opening starts with a knock. Now, this is important. And I know that, by the time we got to this part in Monday's class, you guys were all like, all right, enough. But this is kind of important because when you go to the test, you're going to be nervous. You will. I mean, that's just a fact of life. On testing day, you're going to get your care plan set. They're going to read it to you. They're going to hand it to you, and you're going to freeze like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? You have to have a starting point. If you can start the skill, you can roll into it. You'll be okay. But it's that first step. Where do I start? What do I do first? This is what you do first. If you can get here, every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. If you can do this, you will start your skill. Otherwise, you get lost in analysis paralysis. You just kind of stand there and go, the clock's ticking. We only have so many minutes to do these 3 skills. We don't want to be standing there going, what do I do? Where do I start? We always start with a knock. Always. Always. Once we've knocked, we don't have to wait for a come in. We don't have to wait for the patient to say anything. We can just knock and enter. That's okay for the test. In a clinical setting, I don't know what's on the other side of that door. Think about all the things you do behind closed doors. I don't know what's on the other side of that. I'm going to wait for that patient to say, come in. If I don't hear anything, I'm going to knock again. If I still don't hear anything, I'm going to crack that door open and say, everything okay in here? But I'm going to give them an opportunity to cover what they need to cover. Okay, good. All right, so the first step of every skill is to knock. Once we've entered the room, we're going to greet the patient. Good morning, good afternoon, hello, hi, how are you? Something. And then we're going to address them by name. Not honey, sweetie, dear, lovey, or any of those other terms, by name. And we're going for the test to use Mr. or Mrs. Jones. Just use one name, make it super easy. So all of you are going to be Mr. or Mrs. Jones for the test. Once we've greeted the patient by name, are we allowed to touch them? Why? That's right. You haven't washed your hands yet. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. Call them by name. Trust me, if they're not Mr. Jones, they're going to let you know they're not Mr. Jones because they don't want what you got in store for Mr. Jones if they're not Mr. Jones. Okay. Once we do that, we're going to let them know who and what we are. So we're going to introduce ourselves. Hi, my name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. Now, I used to work 12-hour shifts in the hospital, and I used to work in a variety of settings, but mainly the ICU was where the predominant amount of time in the hospital was for me. Now, ICU patients, they got a lot going on. They got tubes and machines and medications, and everything is like chaos and lots of beeping, and it's a scary place. It's a scary place. Every time I walked into that room, if I just left it 30 seconds ago, every time I walked into that room, hey, Mr. Jones, it's Patty, your nurse again. Every time. They probably know who I am because I just left the room. But can I be sure? There's a lot going on. They're medicated. They're sick. They got a lot happening. And every person that walks in that room is dressed in pajamas. You really think they can tell me from you in a time of stress? Probably not, especially if we're dressed alike. Don't put that burden on the patient. Every time you enter a room, you should identify yourself. Don't rely on that patient to remember who you are. That's a little presumptuous, a little bit egotistical that I'm important enough that you're going to remember me in the middle of your biggest crisis. Does that make sense? Okay. So this isn't just for our first encounter. This is for every encounter, every one of them. Now, when I worked on the main floors, I still did this. Still, because I don't know what their mindset is, who's groggy from waking. You get me first thing in the morning, I don't remember nothing. I am not a morning person. I do not do mornings. I come alive about 4 p.m. Okay, if I met you at 4, I'll probably remember you. If I met you at 8, probably not. Okay, we don't know what kind of mindset your patient is in. Introduce yourself every time. Good? Make sense? Okay. So I'm going to tell them my name and title. And title is important here. Hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. Title is important. Otherwise, they might think you're the housekeeper. Or they might think you're the neurosurgeon. Title. Once we've got the introductions out of the way, we're going to tell them what we're there to do. I'm here to insert name of skill here. Put it in your own words. Perfectly okay. I'm here to take your pulse. I'm here to feed you a snack. I'm here to turn you on your side. I'm here to take you for a little walk. Put it in your own words. If you can't, if your brain has frozen because it's test day, and that does happen, and you can't put it in your own words, read it off the care plan. You've got that care plan. They handed it to you. Just read it right off the care plan. It doesn't matter how you describe the skill. It just matters that you described the skill. Now, why do we have to describe the skill? What are we trying to get from our patient? Yeah, permission, consent, cooperation. If the patient says no, what do we do? Yeah, just tell the nurse. Now, when you come to me as the nurse and you say, hey, I went in to do foot care on Mr. Jones and he said no, do you know what I'm going to ask you? Why? Why did he say no? And you probably don't have that answer, do you? Because he said no, you walked out. So you probably should get that answer before you come to me. But we want to be nice about it. So I'm going to pick on you real quick. I'm going to introduce myself. You're going to say no. Okay. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'd like to do foot care. Is that okay?
No.
Can I ask why? Is this not a good time? Okay. You want me to come back later? Yes. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to go find my nurse, and I'm going to say, hey, Mr. Jones wouldn't let me do foot care, said it's not a good time, asked me to come back in a little while. His family's coming to visit. That's a whole lot better than me saying, hey, Mr. Jones doesn't want foot care. Why? I don't know. Now the nurse has got to stop what they're doing and go find out. It's probably going to be irritating to the patient. Good? Make sense? Patients have the right to refuse. They have the right to refuse. And we have the obligation to listen to them. They can refuse for any reason under the sun. But usually, the reason they're refusing is something we need to be reporting to the nurse. So, foot care. Can I do foot care? No. Can I ask why? Yeah, my foot hurts. Oh, well, that's something that the nurse needs to know. I'd like to feed you a snack. No. Can I ask why? Yeah, I'm nauseous. That's something the nurse needs to know. There's usually something on the other side of that no. It's not usually, yeah, I just don't want to. And even if it is, I just don't want to, that's still something that the nurse needs to know because something's going on with that patient. In this case, it might be psychological and it still needs to be addressed. Good? Most patients are pretty cooperative most of the time. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. So we're going to get permission. Once we get permission, we're going to close that curtain. Is that curtain clean? Who touches it? Everybody. So after we've closed that curtain, what do we want to do? Wash our hands. Very good. Very good. Once we've washed our hands, then we can go get our supplies. So I want to talk about the supplies for just a second. Like every skill is going to have supplies. Not every, I'm sorry. There are a few that don't. But most of our skills have supplies that we're going to have to go get. You don't want to go get your supplies before you come in the room. You don't want to do that. There's two reasons. Number one, you're touching those supplies before you wash your hands. That's not good from an infection control standpoint. But number two, it's a little presumptuous of you, isn't it? You walk in with supplies, you're just assuming that patient's going to say yes. You're kind of taking away their ability to say no. And there's another problem with supplies that aren't used that we're going to get to in about an hour and a half. Stay tuned. What kind of hands do you want to be touched with if you were that patient? Clean. Remember our roller coaster analogy? 1 out of every 25 patients is going to get an infection they did not come in with. That's a horrible statistic. We don't want to be the cause of that. So wash those hands and wash them right. You know, I hate this. In healthcare, do you know who the worst offender of not washing hands is? Doctors. Yep. The worst offender. They're horrible. They know better. They know better. But they just, they want to go in, see their patients, and they just move from patient to patient. So when my mom is in the hospital and I'm sitting next to the bed in the hospital, and she was in the ICU last year, I am that person that tells the doctors, I'm sorry, I need you to wash your hands, please. Yeah. sometimes we need those reminders. We get involved in our day-to-day and things become routine and we stop paying attention to the important things. And sometimes we need those reminders. If you have a patient or a patient's family that gives you a reminder, I need you to wash your hands, please, do not come back with an attitude. They're reminding you of what you're supposed to be doing. It's much better to say, oh, thank you. I almost forgot. Rather than, attitude is everything. Good? Good. All right. Every skill is going to end with a closing. It's the same. Doesn't matter what skill it is. And there's 8 C's to the closing, but one of them is clean and safe environment. So you want to make sure, take a look around, that the environment is clean. Did you put everything away? Are the sheets arranged nicely? Is anything on the floor? Make sure the environment is clean and the bed is in the low position. This is the safe part of clean and safe. We're going to talk about this a little bit later as well, why the bed has to be in the low position. We're going to ask about comfort. They need to hear this word, comfortable. Are you comfortable? They need to hear it. To get the check mark, you got to say the word. Are you comfortable? And we're going to go a little step further than that and offer them something, a magazine, TV remote, a crossword puzzle book, phone, whatever. We need to offer them something to show that we aren't just about physical comfort. We also understand emotional comfort as well. So we're going to offer them something. This is called addressing preferences. We're going to make sure they're covered. No knobby knees should be showing. If they're dressed, they're covered. They don't need a sheet. They're covered. If they're not dressed and their knees are sticking out, what do they need? A sheet. Absolutely. We're going to open that privacy curtain. Your patient may say, hey, leave that closed. Okay. But that's an observation. What do we do with observations? Report it to the nurse. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have to open that curtain at the end of the skill, but if the patient wants it closed, there's a reason. We're social creatures. Why do they want it closed? Could be isolation. They might be getting depressed. It could be that they have a headache. That's something the nurse needs to know. Could be that the light is bothering them. That's something the nurse needs to know, because that could be an indication of a side effect of a medication. We got to let the nurse know everything, even something this simple. So for the test, your patient's going to be pleasant and cooperative. You'll open the curtain. Good? Give them their call light. For the test, the call light must be in or near their hand for every skill. In or near their hand for every skill. And you'll see that as I demonstrate. Don't just kind of point to it and say, there's your call light. That's not enough for the test. I usually tell them how to use it too. Hit the red button. Once you've got all of that done, we're going to get rid of those cooties. Now, patient cooties are patient cooties. They live with the patient. They all get along. They're good roommates. Everything is fine. But I don't want to take this guy's cooties over there to you. So I got to get rid of them. That should be the very last action of every skill we do, is to get rid of this patient's cooties. So we're going to go wash our hands. But if we document, this is now no longer the last action of the skill, is it? So if we have to document, remember, hand washing has to be the last action. So if we document, what do we have to do again? Wash our hands. That's right. Good morning. This is the #1 mistake that's made on the state exam. Because at the end of the skill, you're nervous. You're like getting close to being done and you just want to be done, right? So people will do the closing like this. Remember, this is not correct. I'm demonstrating something that's not correct. Okay, Mrs. Jones, you good? You need anything? Okay. Curtain is closed, bed's in low position. Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands. Okay, here's your call light before I go. There you go. Call light, bed's in low position. Okay, All right, I'm done. What did I do? Yeah, I cootied up. Absolutely. I cootied up. So unfortunately, during the test, this is way too common. And you'll actually see this because remember, you're going to be partnered up with a stranger. So you're going to see all kinds of stuff on the state exam. And you're going to be sitting there going, because you can't give them hints. If you try to tell somebody you're doing it wrong or give them eyes so that they know, hey, you're doing something wrong, you will be accused of cheating. So you have to sit there with a straight face and just understand they're doing what they're doing and just go with it. But you will see that. What's the very last action of every skill we do? If you are unsure, wash them again. You can't ever wash your hands too much during the test. The very last action is to wash your hands. If you can remember that, you probably will do really well on the state exam. Just remember, before you say my skill is done, is the very last thing you did before you say that, wash your hands. If not, go wash them. Go wash them. Okay, good. Good. All right. Remember that your patient has to feel cared for and cared about. Remember, we're restoring care to health care. And the test is really big on this. The test is really big on this. How you do these skills matters just as much as how you do the skill. The psychological aspect of this is just as important as the physiological aspect of this. They just had an article that came out. I was reading it this morning on a patient care robot that's in our local market. They're already trying them, guys. Already trying them. We want to make sure that we restore humanity to healthcare. Otherwise, they're going to take our jobs. We don't want that. Andrea, good morning, Nurse Patty. With the help of your videos, I did my board on July 3rd and passed with flying colors. Keep up your great teaching. Congratulations. So proud of you. We had two comments come through this morning on one of my videos, and both of them passed the state exam as well. So I don't have their screen names right now, but congratulations to all of you. It's super easy if you're following the principles. Super easy. Skill rules tell us what to do. Opening is how we start. Closing is how we end. Now, we now know these three, so we're going to put these together and learn a skill. But if you remember me talking on day one, I said that there were actually the big four, not the big three. So we're missing one. In order to learn a skill, we've got to fill that blank in. And that's what we're going to do in just a moment. These are all of the principles that we're going to learn. They're all on the back wall. They're on the back of your t-shirt as well in the words. This one, this one, this one, and this one are going to apply to every single skill we do. So we know skill rules. We're going to follow the care plan. We know the opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. We know that. And we know how to end every skill. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while you're here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. Your environment is clean, bed's in the low position, open the curtain, wash my hands, document if I need to, wash them again. So we know how to start and end every skill from here. The rest of these, we have to fill in. We still have to learn, and we're going to learn 3 of them today. Well, we're talking about hand washing. Let's talk a minute about hand hygiene. So this is Jeremy. Jeremy's my little hand sanitizer guy. Isn't he cute? Germs aren't normally this cute. But the problem with hand sanitizer is that we have gotten overly comfortable with it. And hand sanitizer has some very serious problems to it. The first problem with hand sanitizer is that we don't use it right. Normally, if we're going to use hand sanitizer, we just take a little squirt, right? Just a little squirt. That's what we do. Rub our hands together and we're done. That's what we do. The problem is, for this to be effective, our hands have to stay wet for at least, where did we hear that before? Hand washing. That's right. It's the same time frame. We aren't using hand sanitizer correctly. We don't use enough of it to keep our hands wet to effectively kill off those pathogens. So if we are going to use hand sanitizer, we're going to get a lot of hand sanitizer, and we're going to rub our hands together, keeping them wet for at least, and we're going to get all of those same surfaces. So we want to get the backs of the hands, in between the thumb and index finger, in between our fingers, all areas, not just a little on the palm and rub together. So we've got to use our hand sanitizer right. But another problem with hand sanitizer is that it doesn't work on two of our heaviest hitters in a clinical setting. There's a disease called norovirus. This is called the daycare disease or the cruise ship disease. And pretty much everybody in here has had norovirus. You usually get it when you're little and you either go to daycare or school for the first time, because it spreads very, very quickly in confined environments. That's why you also see it on cruise ships, because confined environments. And this makes you sick. Like, stuff comes out of both ends for 3 days. It's horrible. It's nasty. It makes you live on the couch and feel like you're dying for 3 days. And you get over it and life goes on. It's bad. And it is not killed by hand sanitizer. It spreads like wildfire because it's a spore. It has a protective covering on it. Think of it like an M&M. It has a protective shell on it that this can't penetrate. So if we're dealing with patients that have gastrointestinal symptoms, vomiting, diarrhea, we really should be washing our hands, not using hand sanitizer. Now, if you think norovirus is bad, let me introduce you to its older cousin, C. diff. C. diff, same symptoms, but 6 to 8 weeks. C. diff is awful. C. diff kills patients because it depletes them. Now, remember, we're not working with healthy individuals in most cases. We're working with individuals that have something else going on, whether it's age or illness or injury. They got something else going on. Their immune system's busy. If we give them C. diff and their immune system's already busy, and this is going to hang on for 6 to 8 weeks, we could effectively kill them. So anytime your patient has any sort of gastrointestinal symptoms, we don't use hand sanitizer. We actually go to the sink and wash our hands. And that's because we have to think about how hand sanitizer works. When I put that hand sanitizer on and rub my hands around, what happened to the pathogens on my hands? Okay, yeah, they're still there. They might be dead. The hand sanitizer might have killed them. What it does is it breaks apart the membrane, and then whatever's inside the virus or the bacteria just kind of but all that stuff is still on me. I still have E. coli on my hands. It's just dead E. coli. Do you want me to touch you with dead E. coli hands? Probably not. Hand sanitizer kills the pathogen, but it doesn't do anything with the carcasses. They're still here. So if I'm going through a McDonald's drive-through after class today and I grab my little hand sanitizer, rub it all around my hands, and then I start eating those French fries, I'm picking them up with dead E. coli carcasses. And that's not really appetizing. So if you're going to bring your hands up near your face, what do you think you should do? Use hand sanitizer or wash them? Wash them, because when you wash them, all of those pathogens go right down the drain. So anytime you're going to be working around any sort of body opening, like if I'm going to pick up my phone and bring it up to my face, I want to wash my hands first. If I'm going to eat, I want to wash my hands first. I'm a big cruiser. I love to cruise. Been on over 30 cruises. Love to cruise. And of course, COVID shut down the cruising industry for a couple of years. And when cruising started back up again, I went on a cruise after COVID. And it was interesting because they made some changes while those ships were just kind of floating out there with no people on them. They made some changes. And one of the changes they made, I was really excited about. They put these hand washing stations everywhere on the ship. Like in front of the buffets, there's like a little hand washing station. All the restaurants, hand washing station. And I thought, oh, that's brilliant. That's awesome. Because before I'd have to like actually go find a bathroom and wash my hands. So brilliant. I love it. So as an experiment, because I'm a teacher first, I sat there, took a little notebook with me, and I'm sitting out there. It was one of those outdoor buffet eatery things, right? And I'm just enjoying the sea air. I got my little notebook. And I started just making little marks for every person that washed their hands before they got in line. My page was blank. After like an hour, people would just walk on by. That's why this is called the cruise ship disease. Because we think when we're on vacation that our germs are taking a vacation too. When you're in close proximity with other people, hand washing becomes the most important step you can take to promote health. Well, close proximity to other people, that's a great description of a hospital or a nursing home. So hand sanitizer can be used, but remember that it's not going to protect as well as good old-fashioned hand washing. Good? Did you learn anything there? All right. So let's take a look at pulse. This is our overview on page 52. So when you're looking at this page, down the side here, you're going to see the principles that are going to govern this skill. So we know to read the care plan. We know to do the opening. Glove rules we haven't learned yet. Uh-oh. And then down here we have the closing. Now, I don't expect you to remember all of those steps, so I have them all written out here for you. This is a brief overview of the steps of the skill. These are the test-specific steps for this skill. Remember, the skill rules apply to all skills. Opening applies to all skills. Glove rules apply to all skills. Closing applies to all skills. But these are just for this skill. I do have a video for this. And then down here is your test-specific information. So somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to take somebody's pulse in 5 minutes. If you remember the care plan from Monday, we're only counting for 1. They're giving us 5 minutes. Now we got to do our opening, but that takes, well, let's see how long that takes. Take a look at the clock. Let's see how long the opening takes. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'd like to take your pulse. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. 15 seconds. I didn't rush it, right? For 15 seconds for the opening. Let's time the closing and see how long that takes. Ready? Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Okay, your bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain and wash my hands. I'll document and wash my hands again. So 15 seconds for the opening, and I didn't rush it. 20 seconds for the closing, and I didn't rush it. And a minute for the count. And they're giving you 5 minutes to do all that. Because remember, hand washing doesn't count in that time. They give you extra time for hand washing. They actually give you 3 whole minutes for hand washing on top of this. So don't rush this, guys. You got all the time you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is going to be done on a live testing students because mannequins don't have pulses. That person will be positioned in bed. So that's where they're going to start for this, just like this, for this skill. And charting is required. Now, you've got 2 other things over here that I want to talk about that we haven't seen yet. So for this skill, charting is required. We have to know because as a CNA, we're responsible for reporting abnormals. If we don't know what a normal pulse range is, how are we going to report abnormal? So normal pulse rates are between 60 and 100. That's what we're hoping for. If a patient has a pulse rate of 72, that's good. We document it. If the patient has a pulse rate of 172, we document it and go run to find a nurse. Because that heart's about to explode. Put some pep in that step. But if we have a pulse rate of 102, it's still abnormal. 60 to 100 is normal. So 102 is abnormal, but it's not quite as abnormal as 172, is it? So we're still going to let the nurse know, but it's not really an emergency. Go let the nurse know. 172, you should be running down the hall. So abnormals are going to come with a little bit of grading to it. Make sense? Renee takes an exam tomorrow. Oh, good vibes out to you. You're going to do fantastic. Follow the care plan. Follow the care plan, but you're going to do great. Come back and let us know how you do. We'd love to congratulate you. All right. Now, for the test, you can be off by 4 beats in either direction. So let's say that the evaluator gets 76, because you're not the only one counting the pulse. Remember, our patient is laying in bed. That's what this is telling us. Our real patient is laying in bed. And you are going to find the pulse on one of the patient's arms. Remember, our care plan said radial pulse at the wrist. Tells us where to take it. So we're going to find the pulse on this arm. But you're not the only one. The evaluator's on the other side of the patient. They're also finding the pulse on the patient's other arm. And you're going to look at the clock and you are going to say start out loud. And that way the evaluator knows when you're starting to count. And you're going to count what you need to count. We're going to get into how to take a pulse in a minute. You're going to count what you need to count until that second hand goes all the way around. We did our whole minute. And you're going to say stop out loud. And the evaluator is going to count at the same time that you do. And the evaluator is going to write down their answer. You're going to do your closing, wash your hands. You're going to write down your answer. Now, in a perfect world, they would be the same answer. But you're nervous. You're being tested. And you don't have the level of experience that that nurse has. So they're going to give you a little bit of wiggle room there. We call that a variance. So if the nurse got 76 and you got 72, or 73, or 74, or 75, or 76, or 77, or 78, or 79, or 80, you're still considered accurate. It doesn't have to be exactly the same number as what the nurse gets. You're going to have a window. of variance. That variance is 4 beats of either direction of the nurse's reading. Good? Questions? Questions? All right. So these are the principles that guide how we're going to do this skill. These are the steps that are going to tell us how to do this skill. So this is on page 53 of your book. Remember, 52 is our overview. 53 is our step-by-step. And at the top of 53, we have the care plan. Here, we have all of the steps. This is the documentation form that you'll be using on the exam. These are your supplies. And here's some questions that you should be able to answer after today's lecture. So our care plan tells us, and we've seen this before, this is not new. We saw this on Monday, this particular care plan. Patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record your readings. That tells us everything we need to know. There's no questions there, is there? We know exactly what we're supposed to do. What if you got to the test and the care plan said, patient sitting in a chair at the side of the bed? Are you going to follow this one on my screen, or are you going to follow the one from the test? Test, right. What if the one from the test says stand on 1 foot while you take the pulse? Okay. You starting to get that? This is a sample care plan. It is the care plan from the test. This is what it will say. But I need you to understand that this isn't the only way to take a pulse. This isn't the only thing that you will see out there in a clinical world. Every care plan is going to be different. Our job is to read and follow the care plan for that patient. One of the biggest issues that you're going to see out there, and you guys are all going to experience this, every one of you will experience this when you start working. Well, that wasn't how I was taught to do it in school. You're going to hear it.
From the patient?
No, from the other coworkers.
Oh.
Yeah, that wasn't how I was taught to do it in school. Does it matter how you were taught to do it in school? What are we supposed to be following? The care plan. It doesn't matter what school you went to. The care plan is the care plan, period. This is what we follow. Make sense? Good? Good? All right. Okay. So if these are the principles that we need to learn to do this skill, we already know these 3. That means we got to learn this one before we can learn the skill. So we're going to learn about gloves. This is going to be a long lecture. I'm going to pull up a chair and have a seat. Because this is a long, can I take this chair? This is a long lecture. But I need to break down some of your misconceptions. You okay?
I have a headache with nothing.
Oh, I don't have anything here either. I'm sorry.
I took something from the back. So I don't know.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's learn about gloves. I have a video for this. You can watch it. It's on our course. How many of you guys got my wrap-up email? Okay, good. If you did not get the wrap-up email, please let Jake know. And you guys were all enrolled in the online course as well. So I have a whole lesson on this. You can go watch the lesson if you want to, but I'm going to give it to you or give you a different version of it verbally here. Because I think that this, the way I do it in here, makes more sense. All right. So this is part of the big 4. We have skill rules that tell us what to do. We have the opening, which is how we start every skill. We have glove rules, which we evaluate for every patient on every skill every time. And we have the closing, which is how we end every skill. It would be easier, way easier for me. Way, way easier for me. I wouldn't have to pull up a chair if I just told you wear gloves for everything. If that was the whole lecture, wear gloves for everything. Man, that would make my job so much easier, wouldn't it? I could save all these words. but that's not how it works. And if you wear gloves for everything, you will put your patients at risk. You will. And I'm going to show you why in just a second. But it's not as easy as wear gloves for everything. And if you make that mistake on the test, they're actually going to stop you. And they're going to tell you, you don't need gloves for this skill. And you will get marked off on infection control. Won't be enough to fail you, but it will be a deficiency. You have to know when glove use is appropriate. So we're going to talk a little bit about infection control, which is what glove use is all about. I have the notes for you on page 41. But in order to understand this concept, we're going to do something that has nothing to do with healthcare, nothing at all, because I find that this gives you a much better understanding of glove use. We're going to build a sandwich. Have you ever gone to a place where you order a sandwich and they build it right in front of you? Well, we're going to kind of do that virtually here because I want to show you something. If I'm going to build your sandwich, you probably want me to wear some gloves, right? Because you don't want me touching your food that you're going to put in your mouth. So if you saw me standing at the counter without gloves, you'd kind of look at me sideways and go, no, that ain't happening. You want me to put some gloves on, don't you? Yeah, we all feel more comfortable that way. It's food service safety. Fundamental, right? So I'll put my gloves on and let's go ahead and build our sandwich. So the first thing, what kind of bread do we want? Do we want white, wheat, Italian? What kind of bread? Wheat. So I'm going to reach in that little bread cart. I'm going to move the flap and I'm going to grab a loaf of wheat bread and put it on the counter. And then I'm going to pick up my knife that's laying there and I'm going to cut that bread in half and hold it open so I've got room to work. Everybody good? Okay, so once I've cut that bread, we need some sauces. Do you want some mayo on that? Yeah. So I'm going to reach into that little mayo container thing, and I'm going to grab the spatula that's kind of sticking up out of the mayo container, and I'm going to spread the mayo on the bread and put the mayo spreader back in its little container. How about some other sauces? You want ranch or chipotle or honey mustard or... Yep, in the very back, yeah. Honey mustard. All right, so I'm going to grab one of those sauce bottles, tap it, and I'm going to squirt the honey mustard on and put the sauce bottle back in its place. Good choice. I like honey mustard. All right, so we're going to get some bacon because everything is always better with bacon. So I'm going to go into the bacon package, grab a couple pieces of bacon and put it on the sandwich. And what do we want? Do we want turkey or ham or roast beef? What do we want on here? Turkey. Oh, this is actually a very good sandwich. All right. So I got to get some turkey, but it's not laying out on the counter, is it? It's in that little refrigerator thing underneath. So I've got to open up that little refrigerator and grab the turkey, close the little refrigerator, put the turkey on the counter. How about some cheese? We want some cheese on here? American. All right. So I got to go in that little cheese drawer, but oh no, I'm out of American. So hold up. Let me go into the big cooler in the back and I'm going to get one of those big blocks of cheese and then we're going to slice it and put the cheese back in the cooler. And do we want this toasted? No? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay. So we're going to have to wait a few seconds because the toaster is always busy. After that toaster becomes free, then we're going to put our sandwich in there and turn that little timer. And we're going to have to wait for the sandwich to get toasted. Once it's toasted, we can't pull it out because it's hot. We need that paddle thing, right? We're going to get that paddle thing and we're going to put it on the table. Now we're ready to really get rolling. So what do we want? Some lettuce? So I'm going to reach my hand in there and grab a big old handful of lettuce and kind of shake it out and put it on my sandwich. How about some tomato? So I'm going to get a couple slices of tomato, put those on as well. What about olives? In the front. Olives? Okay, so I'm going to get some olives and put those on. What about some pickles in the back? Garlic pickles? Oh, those are the best. So I'm going to get the garlic pickles, and we got to squeeze those out, don't we? And then we're going to put those on as well. Onions, peppers. Yeah, so, okay, I'll get all of those toppings. Wow, this is a really good sandwich. I'm going to have a really hard time closing this. How about some oil, vinegar, salt, pepper? Okay, so I'll put that on as well. So now we've got this big overflowing sandwich. So I got to grab that knife. Remember that knife from the very beginning? And I got to grab the knife and I got to shove it into the sandwich and fold that sandwich over, pull the knife out, and then cut that sandwich in half. And then we're going to wrap it up. Then we'll probably go over to the, the checkout register or the little scale thing. And we're going to type stuff in and put stickers on or take money or whatever we need to do. So we're ready to eat our sandwich. You still want that sandwich? I know, me too. Why? Why don't you want that sandwich?
Because your nasty gloves have been everywhere.
But you wanted me to wear gloves at the beginning. You thought those gloves were going to keep your sandwich safe from me. Didn't you? Not 3 minutes ago. You wanted me to wear gloves. What changed? Okay. All right.
That's like 2 different refrigerators with them.
Okay.
And
Are
oven.
you starting to realize that you might not have a full understanding of gloves? Because 3 minutes ago, you thought those gloves were magic. That's the problem here, guys, is that when we wear gloves all the time without thinking about it, we stop thinking about it. And we start touching things that we do not need to be touching with gloves. And we do this in healthcare as well. Now, that was a real sandwich, by the way. I took every one of those pictures. I was the one standing there telling them what to put on the sandwich, and it was delicious, and I ate every bit of it. Because I know that my immune system needs a little bit of a workout to stay in shape. And I'm perfectly okay with that. But what if I was sick? What if I was on chemotherapy that killed my immune system? Am I going to look at that the same way? No. So in healthcare, are we dealing with healthy people that need an immune system workout, or are we dealing with sick people who are already immune compromised? Sick people. So while this is perfectly okay for mainstream populations, it is not okay in healthcare. Good. So let's take a closer look at everything that those gloves touched. They touched the outside of the bread cart. They touched the knife to cut the bread. They touched the mayonnaise spreader, the sauce bottles, the outside of the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the door handle to the cooler, the containers inside the cooler, the slicing machine, the table, the toaster oven controls, the paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, and the wrapper. If they didn't take the gloves off, yep. Yep. So our final question is, did those gloves really do what you expected them to do? Did they keep your sandwich safe? No. So we have to start thinking about, okay, in healthcare, what are those gloves supposed to be doing? So protecting the worker? Okay. So we don't want what the patient has. We want those gloves to protect us. But here's the problem. We're pretty healthy. We've got a pretty good immune system going. Who doesn't have a pretty good immune system? The patient. So who is the one in the scenario that really needs to be protected? The patient. So yeah, we don't want what the patient has, and the gloves are going to help us with that. But we have to be careful not to lose sight of the fact that the patients are the ones that really need protected. So those gloves actually have to protect both parties, not just one. Good? Healthcare environments are full of pathogens. We take the sickest people in our communities and we put them all in one spot. In fact, we make them prove they're sick enough to be there. We don't take their word for it. We make them prove it. So we know these environments are full of pathogens, and we don't want those pathogens. Absolutely, 100%. I'm with you on that. And we have to take steps to protect ourselves, to prevent those pathogens from making us sick. That makes sense. But this patient doesn't need any more pathogens. And if they're in the same place as a ton of other pathogens and they don't have the ability to fight them off, they have to rely on us not to make them sick. Because they're not going room to room. They're not playing checkers with other patients. They're not moving about the cabin. They're kind of stuck where they're at. Do you know how they're going to get other pathogens? From us, 100%. So infection control becomes a super important issue in healthcare. Good? Makes sense? About a quarter of the questions on the written test are going to have to do with this specific subject, infection control. Because it turns out that the biggest risk to a patient isn't what's trying to kill them. It's the people that are trying to keep them alive. Turns out we're the bigger risk to them. Make sense? You starting to look at this a little differently? All right. In order to understand how infections are spread, we have to talk a little bit about the chain of infection. This is going to be on page 123 of your book. Anybody in here plan on going on for further education in healthcare? Okay. Those of you who plan on going on for further education, whether it's nursing or radiology or physician assistant or anything like that, you are going to learn all about the chain of infection. I mean, you are going to have an entire semester on this topic. I am going to do it in 3 minutes. Understand this is not in depth. This is a very, very high level overview. This is very basic information. It goes way deeper than this, way more complex. So I'm going to overgeneralize everything, but that's all you need to know at your level. Okay, good. All right, to understand the chain of infection, what this means is if I have a pathogen, what steps have to occur? How would that pathogen make you way over there sick? Right? How does infection spread from one person to another? So there's a lot of steps that have to happen. It's not instantaneous. It's not easy. In fact, these pathogens have to work pretty hard to go from one person to another. And I'm going to explain the steps to you in a very simplistic 5th grade way. Okay. Please remember, I'm really watering this down. So if you're, kind of thinking in your mind, well, that's not how this spreads. Yeah, I know. This is a watered down version, overly simplistic. It's not going to cover all pathogens. It's a general overview. So the first thing we need is a pathogen, because no pathogen, no problem. If I don't have hepatitis B, I certainly can't give it to you. First, you have to have the pathogen, right? Before 2019, COVID was not a thing. No pathogen. Nobody was infected with SARS-CoV-2 before 2019. No pathogen, no problem. Good. First, you have to have a pathogen. Now, pathogens don't live outside very well. They don't do well homeless. They're like me. I need to be comfortable, right? Don't do well. They have to be in a host of some sort to survive. So those hosts, those places that the pathogen live, if they're alive, they're called hosts. If they're not alive, they're called reservoirs. Good, but they got to live somewhere. They don't just kind of hang out in the open. So if you have HIV virus on that table right there, it's not going to live very long because it doesn't do well out in the elements. Now, every pathogen has a certain amount of time that it can survive outside of a host. And they all vary. But for the most part, it's pretty short, like less than 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. But it's got to have a place to live. Now, that place to live for the pathogen is home. It's comfy. It's cozy. They've got all of their favorite snacks. They don't want to leave. They have no reason to leave. It is their perfect environment. Thank you very much. They're not interested in relocating. They're hanging. But the problem is that your body doesn't want them in there. Your body's like, you don't belong. Get out. Get out. And the pathogens are like, no, I'm good. So this sets up a conflict in the body. We call this feeling sick. When your body says, I don't want you here, and the pathogen says, I'm not leaving. So the body has to have a way of trying to make the place less comfortable for the pathogen. So it turns up the thermostat and makes it hot. We call that a fever. The body may cough to push out the pathogen. If the pathogen is in the lungs, we call that a cough. The nose may run to push out pathogens in the mucus, right? We have symptoms because our body is trying to say, hey, dude, get out. We don't want you here. That's what causes the symptoms that we get when we get sick. Good. Remember, this is very simplified, but we get symptoms because the body is trying to make it uncomfortable for the pathogen. But in most cases, that pathogen has to be forced out. It's not going to go willingly. Now, blood and body fluids are how some pathogens are going to escape. So if you have a cut and you're bleeding, again, that pathogen is being forced out. They don't drill, by the way. They can't come out through your skin. They have to have a way out. Now, that way out is called a doorway. You have lots of doorways on your body, natural ones. You have eyes, you have nose, you have mouth, genitals, your rectal area. Those are all doorways. Those are all ways for pathogens to get out. Ways of your body to force pathogens out. Remember talking about norovirus earlier, right? Remember I said it makes stuff come out of both ends? That's your body's way of trying to force the virus out through some holes that we already have. Thank you. We don't like that process at all, but your body is actually trying to keep you safe because it doesn't want those viruses to hang out inside, invade your cells, and hijack them, because that's what viruses do. Viruses don't use little boy viruses and little girl viruses to make baby viruses. It doesn't work that way at all. Viruses have to hijack your cells. Now, every virus has a different type of cell that it has to infect. But let's pick on hepatitis for a second. Let's say that you get hepatitis. That virus, that hepatitis virus, is going to make its way to your liver because the hepatitis virus has to use liver cells. And once it gets to the liver, it's like, cool, we're setting up shop. This is now a factory for making viruses. It's not working as a liver anymore. No, I'm hijacking it. I'm taking it over. And that virus invades those liver cells. And now that liver is just going to pump out more viruses. More viruses. So the liver isn't doing liver stuff anymore. It's now a factory. So who's going to do the liver stuff? No one. And that's why we get sick with hepatitis, because your liver isn't able to do the liver stuff it's supposed to be doing. It's now been turned into a factory to make more viruses. Make sense? Same thing with respiratory. The virus is a respiratory virus. It goes to the lungs. It invades all the little lung cells. And now your lung cells aren't doing lung stuff anymore. They're factories to make more viruses. Who's going to do your lung stuff? Oh, that could be a problem. So your body doesn't want viruses on board because it's unfortunately taking organs that you need to survive and turning them into factories. We don't want that. So we got to get rid of these viruses pretty quick. So it's going to open up all the floodgates and try to get this stuff out as quick as it can. And that's what gives us symptoms. Now, we can have some other doorways, though. We have natural doorways: eyes, nose, ears, mouth, rectal area, genitals. But we can have some other doorways as well. Things like incisions or sores or wounds or rashes, right? Any non-normal doorway. Anything that can let stuff out or let stuff in the body is considered a doorway. We also call these wet body openings. Wet body openings. So our wet body openings are eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. If we're going to be working around any of those areas, we have to assume that there's probably a pathogen that's trying to come out through one of those wet body openings. Because you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have a pathogen. Can't tell. I can't tell that you have HIV sitting in you. I can't tell that you've got HBV, hepatitis B. I can't tell that you've got MRSA. I can't tell that you have tuberculosis. I can't tell by looking at you guys what pathogens you have on board. So if I'm going to go near any one of those wet body openings, I have to assume that stuff is coming out. Good? It's going to be important in a minute. But just because something comes out doesn't really mean that I'm going to get infected. Because pathogens, those little virus and bacteria particles, they have no legs. They have no wings. They can't get around on their own. A pathogen can't fly. There's no wings. Doesn't have a magic carpet anywhere. So once the pathogen gets out of the body, it's kind of stuck wherever it's at. It's stuck. Can't move. Now, pathogens can hitch a ride, though. I kind of look at pathogens as like a wayward 15-year-old that's standing on the side of the road trying to get to LA for their big break, you know? It's like they're relying on the mercy of whatever happens to drive by. That's really how your pathogens are going to get around. They have no car of their own. So your pathogens can hitch a ride, though. In blood, they can flow. In body fluids, like urine or feces, they can hitch a ride. But they can also hitch a ride on small mucus particles that come out when you talk and you laugh and you cough and you sneeze, if the pathogen is in the lung area. Now, if the pathogen lives in the liver, has nothing to do with the lungs, wrong neighborhood. then that pathogen isn't going to come out through the lungs. Wrong neighborhood. Make sense? If that pathogen is living in the lungs, it's not going to come out through the urine. Wrong neighborhood. So pathogens, when they come out, they can hitch a ride based on where they're coming from. So if the pathogen lives in the blood, it can hitch a ride in the blood. If the pathogen lives in the kidneys or the bladder, it can hitch a ride on the urine. If the pathogen lives in the lungs, it can hitch a ride on mucus particles coming out of the mouth. Make sense? But it doesn't travel on its own. Can't get around on its own. Now, there's a couple of pathogens, very few. Like I can count on one hand how many that travel in the air. But these are like super teeny tiny lightweight particles. I mean, they have to be lighter than air to be able to move in air. Lighter than air. Like there's hardly anything lighter than air. And we don't like those pathogens because they're really hard to control. I mean, how do you control the air? One of those pathogens is measles. Measles is lighter than air, which means if one person in this room has measles and we're all sitting in this room, all of us have breathed it in. We don't like measles because it spreads. It's almost impossible to control. It spreads super quick because it's in the air. But thankfully, there are very few pathogens that travel in the air. Most of them travel on mucus droplets. Now, when I'm talking, because I'm over here, when I'm talking, little tiny bits of saliva are coming out as I talk. It's just, that's normal. But mucus droplets, these saliva droplets, they're kind of heavy compared to air. So they only go out a little bit and then they fall. This is why I'm not standing like right next to you, right? I'm over here because mucus droplets will only go out, even if I cough, will only go out about 6 feet. And because they're heavy, they fall to the floor or the surfaces. Do you guys remember with COVID? How far did they tell you to stand away from other people? So how do you think COVID was spread? Through mucus. That's right. That's right. So the measures that they tell us to take are going to be based on how the mucus or how the pathogen gets around. Does it spread on mucus? If it does, then we need to be about 6 feet away from other people. So we're not breathing in their mucus. Makes sense. If it's spread via blood, well, stay away from other people's blood. You're safe. Makes sense. Good. Questions? All right. So far we have a pathogen. It had a place to live. It was happy there, but somehow it got out of its place to live, whether it was through a wet body opening or something, but it got out of that place. And then it moved around either in blood or body fluids or mucus, or it got around somewhere, but it's still not a threat. Still not a threat. Because if I have, let's say I have COVID-19 and I'm sitting over here and I'm talking and that COVID-19 on mucus particles comes out and it falls, it's COVID's over here. You are way over there. It is not a threat to you at all. Because that COVID can't fly over there to you. It's only going to go here. That's it. As long as you don't come over here and touch it. But even if you did come over here and touch it, still not a risk. Because that pathogen can't drill into your skin. Do you guys remember how pathogens get out through doorways? Well, pathogens also need those very same doorways after pathogens come out of the body and move to another person. this is called the mode of transmission, that pathogen still needs those same doorways to get into the next person. So if I have COVID, I cough, it comes over here, you walk over here, you touch it, you're still okay. When you put your hand up here to your face and you touch one of those wet body openings, now the pathogen can get in. You guys starting to see why hand sanitizer probably shouldn't be your first line of defense if you're going to put your hands up next to your face? Good? Questions? But just because you get a pathogen in you doesn't mean game over. Pathogens have to find a doorway in. That doorway can be a wet body opening, like we've talked about. But just because a pathogen gets in doesn't mean you're infected. You have to be susceptible. So how many of you guys, well, I don't want to ask that. It's too controversial. Let's go back to our measles explanation earlier. Remember I said measles is airborne? So let's say for whatever reason I have measles and I don't know it yet. I haven't been diagnosed. I don't even have symptoms. So I have no idea that I have measles. No clue yet. There's been nothing to kind of tip me off, but I'm still contagious because I'm breathing. So that means all of you guys are now at risk. Congratulations. But some of you probably had your immunizations years ago when you were a kid before you went to school. Or some of you might have actually had measles and developed an immunity to it. So even though you guys have all been breathing in measles, most of you aren't going to get it because your body already has immunity to that particular pathogen. Now, immunity can be natural immunity, which means that we got it before. Our body knows what it looks like and how to fight it. And the next time we get infected, your body goes right to work and gets rid of it before it can invade your cells and make up little factories. That's natural immunity. Or we can have acquired immunity, which is through a vaccine. And a vaccine is just basically a lab put a wanted poster together. This is what it looks like. This is how we kill it. And we slip that into your blood system so that when your body sees that invader, it recognizes it. Hey, wait, you look a whole lot like that wanted poster at the post office. Hold up. How do I get rid of you? It gives them a jump start. That's really all a vaccine does. But if you don't have one of those two, if your body has never seen that invader before, doesn't know how to fight it, yeah, you got to go through the whole process. You're going to be sick. Just no real way around it. Because it's a race. Every pathogen causes a race. The pathogen is racing to take over all of your cells as factories. The faster it can make more copies of itself, the more cells it can affect, the more it's going to win. Your body is racing to figure out how to kill the pathogen before it takes over your body. You are in a race. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a head start? That's all it is. So if you have immunity, you're ahead of the game. This is why a lot of places that you go to work are going to require immunizations, because they want to make sure that if you're going to be exposed to this stuff, your body has a head start. Not all immunizations are effective. Everybody has differing opinions on immunizations, and I'm not going to get into the political aspect of it. I'm just telling you what they do. Some are effective and some are not.
But isn't science kind of immune to politics?
No. Science has never been immune to politics. Never. If you go back to the Middle Ages, when the Roman Catholic Church was in charge, they would persecute scientists. So scientists have never been immune to
But
politics.
the science that didn't change just because they were ignorant.
Oh, we could debate that all day long. And I don't really want to get into that. That's more of a philosophical, thank you, philosophical question. I think we need to stay on physiological. But we need to understand that, yes, things that happen in the political sphere will impact our daily work as healthcare workers. Yeah. Sure. I keep going back. Tell me when. This one. Okay.
Thank you. I got it.
So the way that this works, okay, the way this works is we have a pathogen in a home. Well, let me go. Where is it here? Okay. So we have a pathogen. It lives in a home. It's happy there. It's forced out of that home and it gets into the wild. It's still not a threat to anybody. It's got to get around. So it's got to have a mode of transmission. Now, most of the time, the mode of transmission is your hands. Your hands. That is how most pathogens get around, because patients cough and sneeze and those mucus droplets fall, you touch it, and then you carry that to somebody else or to yourself. Your hands are the worst offenders. So one of the things that you're going to have to learn how to do in healthcare is not put your hands up next to your face for any reason. And we touch our face a couple of times every hour without even thinking about it. In fact, just sitting here during this lecture earlier, I was looking around and 4 of you were doing this or this. We bring our hands up here all the time. So in healthcare, you want to try to minimize how much your hands approach your face. Okay, so try to get them into a fight. Make them not talk, right? Hands and face don't go together. Make sense? Good. All right. So let's talk about immunity for a second. We have immunity, the ability to develop immunity, but so do our pathogens. Pathogens have that same ability. This is not unique to humans. And this is why when we give you antibiotics, we tell you to take all of them. So let me give you an example. Let's say that out there on the other side of that door are a whole line of bad guys, and they want to come in here and do really bad things to us. So they can't get in, right? Because there's a wall and a door. There are people on the outside. They can't get in unless they find a doorway, but they do. They figure out how to open that door and they come in. So now we got one bad guy in. The rest of them are going to wait outside and see what happens. First bad guy comes in, and we recognize him as a bad guy. And you, because you're closest, you say, okay, well, we got to get rid of this bad guy. We don't want him in here. So you grab that hand sanitizer and you start beating him over the head. No, it doesn't kill him, but it does make him run because he's been recognized. So he goes outside and he says, well, they're not really armed, but there is some lady with hand sanitizer that's going to bang you over the head thinking that's going to do the job. So the next one that comes in, they already know about the hand sanitizer, so they bob and they weave and they completely avoid you and they come up against you. So you take one of those pins and you start stabbing them with the pin. All you're doing is putting ink on him, but it does scare him away because he wasn't expecting it. So he goes outside and he tells the rest of the bad guys, hey, hand sanitizer lady, not really a problem, but the next lady you come to, she's going to poke you with a pin. So they all gear up. Like they put on catcher's vests and catcher's masks, and they kind of gear up so that that pen won't get to them. The third one comes in, he's all geared up, so hand sanitizer doesn't do a thing, pen not effective. So you pick up the fire extinguisher and you spray them with a whole bunch of foam, and turns out that's how we kill them. So now we know how to kill those bad guys. So there's a secretary who takes a note. Hey, when you see this bad guy, don't use hand sanitizer, doesn't work. Don't use a pen, doesn't work. But the fire extinguisher did. So the next time we see that bad guy, what are we going for? We know how to kill it. Fire extinguisher. Absolutely. We got notes. Cool. That's what immunity is. Immunity is a big filing cabinet full of notes on how to kill the things that are invading. That's it. But they also have a filing cabinet. They know about our hand sanitizer. They know about our pens. They know about everything we tried on them that did not work. And they now know how to invade it. So when you take antibiotics and you don't kill every single bacteria, some of them are left with the knowledge. This is why you have to take all of your antibiotics. We don't want one bacteria left that have that knowledge. So when you get sick and you take antibiotics, do not leave 2 or 3 in the bottle for later. You will take enough antibiotics that you start to feel better because we killed enough bacteria that they're not making us sick anymore. But we didn't kill them all. And the ones that are left are going to live to tell the tale and pass it on to others. This is how we get antibiotic-resistant bacteria like MRSA. Make sense? So we're not the only ones that have immunity. Bacteria can develop it as well. They estimate in another 25 years, we may not have antibiotics for anything because of this. Can you imagine dying from a splinter? Can you imagine that? Sure. Sure. But can you imagine that being commonplace? That's the way it was 100 years ago. Commonplace. To die of very simple things. We are spoiled thinking that we have this magic pill that's going to kill everything. But we're not using it correctly. And we could potentially, if we don't get smarter about this, eliminate our only defense against the bacteria. So when you take antibiotics, take them all. We want to kill them all. No survivors. Dead bacteria tell no tales. That'll be the name of my next book. All right. So we talked about this. So having a healthy immune system that's been trained on how to defeat invading pathogens is going to help keep you safe. Remember, no pathogens, no infection. Since most pathogens need a home to survive on, and they don't survive well outside of the body, we have to be careful moving from one patient environment to another. So remember our rule, end skill with clean hands? Patients have their own cooties. I mean, this patient, she's got cooties all over this. They're hers. Her and her normal cooties get along just fine. But the problem is that if I touch her cootie area and then I go and touch somebody else, those pathogens that are on the surface of my hands are not going to make me sick because they didn't get in. But I'm bringing them to somebody else. And as CNAs, what we do is ADLs, right? We're brushing teeth, we're feeding people, we're bathing people, we're in their peri area, we're all up in their business, which means those are all wet body openings. We're bringing those pathogens directly to how they can invade another person. And this is what makes what we do so dangerous for the patients. We are the biggest risk to that patient. That's why we have to end skill with clean hands. Good. Does that kind of tie it all together for you? All right. So even if you do touch, so let's say I've got a big puddle of HIV blood here and I put my hand in it. Now, chances are that HIV didn't live very long outside. But let's say the blood was still wet. I put my hand in, I got HIV blood on my hand. It's not going to get in me unless I bring it to a doorway. So if I've got blood on me, what do you think I might want to do? Wash my hands. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just don't want to bring it to a doorway. I'm not going to panic. Pathogens, they can't walk or fly. Drilling, a little beyond them. Good? Good. All right. So only when you have a pathogen, that pathogen is living in a place and gets forced out, is able to travel to another person, find a doorway in, and that person is susceptible, that is the only way that an infection can spread. These pathogens have to work pretty hard to get from one person to another. Don't make it easy. This is my cardinal rule. I'm going to have t-shirts made up. Don't let stuff from one person's hole into any of yours. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into your holes. So don't put their blood in your eyeballs. Don't put anything else anywhere else. This is how infections get spread. We're going to cover our holes. If I'm going to be working with body fluids that could splash, I don't want those body fluids to splash into any of my holes. I don't want stuff in my holes. So I would cover those holes. If I have a cut on my arm, I don't want stuff into my holes. So I'm going to cover those holes. Make sense? Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. Cover your holes. Now, we can use gloves as an additional layer. Additional. Remember, your skin is doing a great job. We can use gloves as an additional layer as long as we understand what those gloves are actually doing and what they're not doing. They're not a magic suit of armor. When we think about who actually needs the protection, I have a healthy immune system. My skin is intact. I'm not really at risk. As long as I don't let stuff from other people's holes into mine, I'm in good shape. I'm not the one at risk here. The patient is. So if you are going to be around body openings, wet body openings, you need to wear gloves, not just for you, but because that wet body opening is a doorway in for those pathogens. So those gloves are not just there to protect you. They are also there to protect the patient. Because if we're going to wear gloves around wet body openings, that automatically means that wet body opening is a doorway in, an opening for pathogens to enter. So now we have to start thinking about, okay, well, wait, if we're going to wear gloves because we're around wet body openings, then what's the first thing those gloves should touch? Because if we start touching, if we put gloves on and start touching a whole bunch of stuff in the patient environment and then touch the patient's doorways with those gloves, did we keep them safe? Make sense? Okay. Remember, your immune system is good. Your patient's is busy. Don't give them something else to fight. They won't be successful. And there are a wide variety of pathogens in patient care settings. Wide variety. Guaranteed, there's one there that they don't have and they don't want. If their immune system's busy, who's going to fight the new invaders? This is how most people in a hospital setting, this is what usually takes them out. Not what they came in with. It's what we gave them. We got to get better than that. Good? Remember, they can't get through the skin. This is what we are responsible for, all of these ADLs. Right? Toileting, there's wet body openings there. Grooming, wet body openings there. Bathing, wet body openings there. We are all up in their business. So we got to get smart about this. Okay? Doorways let pathogens out, but they also can let pathogens in. So gloves do provide an extra layer of protection for us, but we have to remember who they're really there to help. All right, so let's talk about those gloves. So now that we've decided that if we're going to touch any wet body openings, we're going to use an extra layer. That's going to come with some rules. So we're not going to be the sandwich people. We're not just going to throw on a pair of gloves and go about our business and not pay attention to what we're touching. And if you have a chance, like if you know somebody in the hospital or you go visit somebody in a nursing home, watch how, just watch what happens. Because healthcare workers, we are really bad about this. We walk into a room, we put on a pair of gloves, and then we touch everything. And then we touch the patient. A nurse will walk into a patient's room. First thing they do is grab a pair of gloves before they do anything else. They grab a pair of gloves and then they close that curtain. Is that curtain clean? Do you want to be brushed with, do you want your teeth brushed with those gloves? Either does your patient. So the first thing that your gloves should touch is the patient. Do all your prep work first. If you're going to brush teeth, get the toothpaste on the toothbrush first. Put the towel on the patient first. When you're all ready to brush teeth, then put your gloves on so that the first thing you touch is that patient, not everything else. We're going to wear gloves if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. Those are the 3 rules that we use to determine whether gloves are appropriate. So if I'm going to take your pulse and you have no body openings that I am going to touch, you have no cat scratches on your hands, you have no incisions, you're fully clothed, you're holding on to all of your own body fluids like a champ, right? So there's nothing coming out of you that I am going to touch to take your pulse. I have no wet body openings on me that are going to touch you. Do I need gloves? No. No. Good? So if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, right, around the genitals or rectal area, breasts, or non-intact skin, wounds, rashes, sores, incisions, then we need an extra layer. Remember, you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they're sick or not. So this is called standard precautions. We use these precautions with everybody. And let me tell you how militant I am about this. When my oldest son was about 17 or 18 years old, he went to work with my husband. They were like down in Fort Myers area. They were tearing down, doing some construction stuff, and a piece of metal slid down his leg and over his ankle and took all the skin with it. So my husband calls me up. What do we do? So I sent him over to CVS or Walgreens. Go get this stuff, clean it up, wrap it up, bandage it up, bring him home. So he did. He brought him home, and I took the bandage off, took a look at it, and I put on a pair of gloves. And he's like, "Mom, it's me. It's your son. Why are you putting gloves on?" And I said, "Well, you're 17. You've been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes in your life. I don't know what you've put where in that 15 minutes. I have no idea what's inside your body because I can't tell by looking at you whether you have a pathogen. So we need some gloves." But they're not just there for me. They're also there for you. You don't want anything that I've picked up to get inside that wound. Gloves are there for both. But you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have pathogens. Don't let that fool you. We use gloves if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin on anybody. Anybody. That's called standard precautions. Good? extra layer of protection. Remember, your skin's doing a great job. Great job. We're just going to give an extra layer. Now, one of the bad things about gloves is that they kind of provide a false sense of security. And we often think, well, I wore gloves, so I'm safe. And we take those gloves off and we don't wash our hands because we think we've got that false assurance that those gloves kept us safe. Those gloves did not do what you thought they did. And I'm going to show you why in just a minute. But remember, we're going to use an extra set of protection, an extra layer if we're going to touch body fluids, personal care, or personal skin or non-intact skin. Let me see here. First thing your gloves are going to touch is the patient. Remember, any doorway can let pathogens in or out. Keep your gloves clean for your patient. And then once you've worn those gloves, we have to start paying attention to what we wear. Now, this is like our sandwich situation. Okay, now we've touched stuff. What are we going to touch with those gloves in the environment? If I've got used gloves on, do I want to touch that call light? Do I want to touch the curtain? We've got to start paying attention to what we're touching with those soil gloves because everything you touch is going to spread cooties, germs in the patient environment. And then we have to learn how to remove our gloves correctly. Before we do that, I want to talk to you a little bit about what gloves don't do. Then we're going to learn how to remove them correctly, and then we'll go on break. Okay? Gloves are not the magic suit of armor we think they are. They're just not. Gloves are actually man-made material. Most of them are made out of latex. Some are made out of vinyl or nitrile, but they're man-made materials. And they have holes in them. They're microscopic. You can't see them, but there are microscopic holes in gloves. And I'm going to prove it to you. Ever seen a birthday balloon? If you go down to the Dollar Tree, buy a pack of balloons, they'll inflate them with helium for you. After a couple of days, what happens to that balloon? It shrinks. Anybody know how or why? There's a physics lesson here.
Because they have pores.
That's right. So the surface of the balloon, when it's not inflated, right, all of the surface is kind of compressed. When that balloon gets inflated, the surface expands and all of those holes get bigger. Over time, that helium molecule is able to wiggle out through those holes. And as the helium escapes, the surface kind of closes up again. And then we end up with this little sad little puff. That's because the helium molecules are bigger than the pores on the latex. Make sense? Good? You actually see this in real time. Well, this is the same material that our gloves are made out of. And if you think latex, nitrile gloves have bigger pores. So if we know that there are holes in our gloves big enough for helium to get through, that means that pathogens can also get through the surface of your gloves, particularly if they do not fit appropriately. If they are so tight that you had to stretch them to get them on, those holes became bigger. So you want to make sure you're wearing the right size gloves. Good. So what does that mean for us? Well, they've done a million studies on this. Like every microbiology class does this experiment where they have you wash your hands really, really well, and then they swab your hands, and then they have you put gloves on and do something. And then they take those gloves off and they swab your hands again. And every time, stuff got through. Every time. So we know gloves have holes. We know that pathogens are going to get through those gloves. Now, the problem is that inside those gloves is a hand. And if you've ever worn gloves for any amount of time, they hold in body heat and they make your hands sweat. So inside that glove is warm, dark, moist. Do you guys remember learning about warm, dark, moist? That's right. It's the ideal breeding environment for pathogens. So not only did we let them in, we set up shop. So those pathogens are just procreating. They're making, new pathogens. They're happy. So you take those gloves off and you think to yourself, I'm safe. I wore gloves. And then you do something that you aren't aware of. You bring your hands next to your face. You answer your phone. You scratch. You do something. You have brought those pathogens right to you. So when you take your gloves off, the most important step of wearing gloves, the most important step is to wash your hands after you take them off. And yet this is what we have trouble getting healthcare workers to do. It is so bad out there that they put stuff inside the gloves to irritate your skin or to smell bad so that you will go wash your hands. We have told healthcare workers, go wash your hands. When you take gloves off, wash your hands, and they don't. So the glove manufacturers had to come up with creative ways just to get you to wash your hands. Isn't that crazy? It's also why gloves are expensive, because we keep having to add stuff to it. Just wash your hands. Good? So you might have a question on the test. What is the most important step after removing gloves? Wash your hands. All right, so let's learn how to remove our gloves correctly. You guys all have gloves on the table in front of you. Go ahead and grab a pair and put them on.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about
Okay, go ahead and put your gloves on. Now, if you want a really fun experiment with gloves, because you will think that you are taking them off right, but you may not be. What I used to do with students is you take some shaving cream, not the gel kind, but the foam, the old-fashioned foam kind, the white foam. Put it on a paper plate and put a drop or two of food coloring on it. Mix it up. And then put your gloves on there. So you cover your hands with colored shaving cream. And try to remove your gloves without getting any of that shaving cream on your skin. It's harder than you think. It is harder than you think. And unfortunately, I ruined a lot of people's clothing, so people complained. So I don't do that anymore. But if you want to really know whether you're taking your gloves off correctly, it's a great experiment. So we have gloves. They're soiled. We know they're dirty. We've touched whatever we needed to touch, and now we have to take them off. We do not want dirty glove to touch skin. Dirty glove can touch dirty glove all day long. This is fine, but not skin. So we cannot go underneath. Yeah, that's good. Move out of the way here. All right. I've got pictures on the next slide, so it's all right. All right, so dirty glove can touch dirty glove. In order to take this glove off, I can't go underneath. I'm going to pinch up here, not way down here, at the base of the palm of my hand. I'm going to pull out and off in one motion. Now, I don't want this to wave around and get pathogens everywhere, so I'm going to ball it up in this hand to keep control over it. Skin can touch skin, but not dirty glove. So this is the biggest mistake most people do. Don't do this. What's wrong with this? We want to go underneath and pull that one off inside out. So one inside out glove is inside the other inside out glove. And you can throw this away or take them home and clean your toilet. I don't care. All right. Questions on how to do that? If you can remove a set of gloves with colored shaving cream, and you have to color because it'll stain your skin. It'll show you.
So I can touch the inside of the glove.
Right. Right. If you can do that without getting that colored shaving cream anywhere on your skin, you're in good shape. Okay. Good. Good. All right. So this page 43, gives you those step-by-step instructions. And this is a picture of exactly how to do this. We're going to pinch the glove up near the cuff at the base of the palm of the hand, pull it off inside out, ball it up in our hand. This time we're going to go underneath the cuff, skin to skin, and then pull that one off inside out. So those are our 4 steps for glove removal. Anytime you wear gloves on the state exam, whether they're required or you just decide to wear them, you will be graded on removing gloves. Anytime you wear gloves, you're graded on removing them. So here's our glove rules. This is part of the big 4. We're going to use gloves if we might touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. First thing our gloves should touch is the patient. Be careful about what you touch in the environment once your gloves are soiled, and then you have to know how to remove them correctly. So that makes up part of the big 4. Again, we have these flashcards that have those principles as well. And now we're back to pulse. We had to learn that in order to learn how to do our first skill. Everybody good? Am I going too fast? All right, let's go ahead and take our break. I'll put 15 minutes up. You can get coffee, snacks, use the restroom, go outside, stretch your legs. When you come back, we're going to learn our very first skill. That's exactly what's happening here. Those waves are moving. How many times the heart beats over a minute can be determined by counting the waves that each beat produces. So if we are counting a pulse and get 60, we counted 60 waves, that means that heart beat 60 times because the heartbeat made the wave. Good? Okay. Well, we call this an indirect measurement of heart function. Indirect, because we're not actually on the heart. We're counting a wave away from the heart that the heart produced. Evidence of the heartbeat. Good? All right, so a pulse will indicate how many times the heart beat over that minute by counting the waves. The way that we count the waves, so think of this like a garden hose attached to a faucet outside. If I go outside to a hose and I turn that faucet all the way on, water comes through the hose expands, it gets hard, water in it, there's more pressure inside that hose. I turn it off, the hose kind of squishes down, it gets softer, less pressure inside. Make sense? So all the heart is doing is standing at the hose going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on. About 70 times a minute for your whole life. It doesn't take a coffee break, because if it did, you die. That's what the heart does, just on, off, on, off, on, off. Now, if you looked at the other end of the hose when all that's happening, on, off, you'd have spurt, spurt, spurt. That's the waves. That's what you're seeing are the waves. We can count those waves. So, wave moves through, more pressure. In between waves, less pressure. That's going to be important to us next week when we learn blood pressure. In order to count a pulse, we're going to press down on an artery. If the wave is moving through the artery and we got to count those waves, it means we got to feel them. The only way to feel them is to squish the artery down. So if I took my drink, right, and I wanted to make sure that liquid is coming through this straw, I could squish the straw down to feel the liquid. Right? That's all. If I don't squish it down, I'm not going to feel anything because this straw is wide open and the liquid's just kind of going and there's no tension. What I need is tension. I need to push that artery down to be able to feel what's happening inside of it. So if we don't push far enough, you're not going to feel those waves. So if you just lightly place your fingers here, you're not going to feel anything because there's no tension. You didn't push down hard enough. Now, if I push too hard, if I crimp that straw, nothing's getting through. So if I don't push hard enough, I'm not going to feel the waves. If I push too hard, I'm not going to feel the waves. So this is a Goldilocks situation. We're going to start light. If we don't feel anything, we're going to press a little deeper. If we don't feel anything, we're going to press a little deeper. If we don't feel anything, we're going to press a little deeper. If we still don't feel anything, you're probably in the wrong spot. Got to be over the artery. Good? Once we feel the thumps, we just count them. Pick a starting point on the clock. Doesn't matter what number you're on. Pick a starting point and count the thumps you feel until the second hand gets all the way back to that point. That's a full minute. Count what you feel. Normal is between 60 and 100. Now, when you're doing this, the patient's arm has to be supported. For our test, if you remember, the patient's going to be laying in bed like this. So I want the elbows supported on the bed. If I hold her arm up like this, what that does is it puts a lot of pressure on that upper arm. If I ask you to hold your arm up for a whole minute, after about 20 seconds, it's going to get tired. It's a long time to hold your arm up. It engages those muscles. When the muscles are engaged, they need more blood flow. When they need more blood flow, your heart rate has to increase to give them the blood flow. So if you do this, you're not getting an accurate pulse. You've artificially inflated the pulse. Make sense? You guys understand why? So that elbow needs to be on the bed. You can elevate the forearm. That's fine. This is fine. You can keep the bed on the hand on the bed if you want to. But this makes me bend. This is going to hurt my back after a while. So it's easier to elevate the forearm. You can also raise the bed up to a comfortable working level if you want to. That's fine too. If you raise the bed up, though, you have to remember to lower it at the end. So the elbow needs to be supported. Now we need to know where to find the pulse. Well, you don't want to use your own thumb to take a pulse because your thumb has an artery and you'll get your own pulse. It won't help us with the patient a bit. So we're going to use 2 fingers, and we want to use the fingertips, not the flat part of our fingers. We want to use fingertips. They have more sensitivity. So we're going to keep the elbow on the bed, not use our thumb, use 2 fingers, and the pulse is going to be located. If you put your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand with your thumb pointing up, put your hand out. Right along the top of your wrist is a bone. Find your bone. You feel that bone? What I want to do is push the artery up against that bone for tension so I can count. So I've got something to press against to count those waves I'm trying to feel. So you've got that bone along the top. Now at the bendy part of the wrist here, where the lines are, not up here. This too much fat and muscle here. You're not going to feel the artery. You want to be way up here where the thumb joins the wrist at the lines. If you put 2 fingers on that bone and roll them forward like you dived off a cliff and put your thumb on the back, you are right over your artery. That is where your artery is. Can you feel your thumps? Everybody feel thumps? Put your hand out, thumb up, 2 fingers on that bone, roll it forward, thumb on the back. Now, a lot of you will forget to put the thumb on the back. Thumb on the back is actually way more important than you think it is. If you just set your fingers there, you might feel the thumps, but over a minute, your fingers are going to relax. Can't help it. They will. And you're going to lose the count. So you'll be like on 32, 33, 34. Where'd it go? If you put your thumb on the back side, it holds consistent pressure. You don't lose the count. Just like that. Just like that. So fingertips, not flat area. At the very top of the wrist, where the thumb and the wrist join. Thumb on the back. Count for 1 full minute. Did everybody find your pulse? Does anybody have trouble finding your pulse? Anybody having trouble? Okay. All right. So from right here, I can help you. Relax your wrist. When you're holding pressure on that wrist, if you're holding it in a certain direction, that can actually cause the tendon to move over the artery that we're looking at. So when you're taking somebody's pulse, you want their arm kind of chill, just laying there. So yours. Oh, you got a good one. All right. Do you feel how hard I'm pressing?
Yeah.
That's how hard I want you to press. It's right there. Thumb on the back. Got it? Got it? A little lighter. I think you're a little too hard. Got it? You got it?
Yeah, I
Got
got it.
it? Got it?
I don't. Yeah.
Okay. You got it? Okay. Again, you want to relax. Just plop your hand on the table. Okay, yours is right here. Yours is not as strong. Okay.
Is that
So,
a bad thing?
no. Your ancestors were gladiators. We had to bury your arteries. So your ancestors were gladiators. They were the ones fighting the tigers, right? So those people that you can't feel their pulses really well, it's usually because they've got a lot of really strong musculature protecting those arteries. It's pretty cool. Evolution's a cool thing. So we're going to relax. And your pulse is right here, thumb on the back. But the key is to relax that hand. Are you right-handed or left-handed? Okay, so let's take the pulse on this hand with your dominant hand. So 2 fingers way up here, thumb on the back, and press in a little.
Okay, I feel it.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody over here good? Everybody good? Okay, find somebody else's. Grab an arm. Grab an arm. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Do I have to do the opening?
No, just find the pulse right now.
Okay.
You're not going to count. Just find a pulse. That's all I need you to do is find the pulse. See if you can feel the pulse. Remember the thumb on the back. Don't count. You're not counting. Just find the pulse. Let him find yours. Let him find yours. Did everyone feel somebody else's pulse? Okay. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to divide you up into groups of 3. Now I know we've got an odd number of people right now, so give me a second and I'll work that out. But you 3 are going to work together. Okay, so you guys are group 1. Remember your roles as I give them. You are the patient, CNA, evaluator. Okay, so come with me. Stand up. You're good. Okay, you guys are group 2, patient, CNA, evaluator. All right. Come on over here. Actually, bring your chair. You come sit in this chair. You are CNA, patient, CNA, evaluator. Okay, so I'm going to bring you right here. You're going to slide down. You're going to slide over. Patient, CNA, evaluator. Okay, and I'm going to work with you. Okay. What happened to my video feed, Jake?
Great question. I just lost camera.
Oh, we unplugged.
Go, just give that a reset real quick.
Yeah, that's a bad place to have the plug. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
We need a longer cord.
Yeah. All right,
Go resetting.
Jake, if I can have you as a patient, please. Yeah, once we get set up.
Should be rebooting. Why is it not?
Yes. Say that again.
You're supposed to be able to feel your pulse above your belly button.
Okay, so what that is, you're talking about internally. Okay.
Well, I mean, externally too.
Okay. So what that is remember we're feeling an artery, right? And we're compressing the artery and counting the amount of waves. That's what a pulse is. Well, the biggest artery in your body, you've got the heart, and off of the heart is a big branch that comes down called your aorta. It's the biggest artery in the body, and it's big, and it's what all other arteries branch off of. So when you're laying down, remember compression, right? Compression. Gravity is going to be our compressor. So when we're laying down and your stomach area is pressing down on that aorta, this is why you can feel it when you're laying on your back. Your stomach is pressing on that aorta, can provide enough compression in some people that you can feel that pulsing sensation. And it's the same thing.
Is it an accurate?
It's a real pulse. Accurate, not as much, only because it's not manual compression that we are controlling. Okay, with this, it's manual compression that I'm controlling. With gravity, it's not as strong, but also not as, yeah, I wonder why it's doing that.
It's not getting feed from the camera. Just reset it and it's not.
Yeah, it's pointing to the back wall now.
Hey, I didn't do that.
Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Yay!
On like 7 times.
All right. So I'm going to have Jake work with you. He's going to be your patient. Okay. So very back, you're going to be his patient. Let him take your pulse. You're not going to be able to sit because I don't think I have a chair for you. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. You guys remember who's patient, right? All my patients, you have 2 hands. You're going to put both of your arms out on the table, one for each person. If you are the CNA, you are going to find the pulse on the hand closest to you. You're going to use your dominant hand. So if you're right-handed, use your right hand. There's 2 different ways you can hold the arm depending on where you're located. Okay, so let me borrow you for a second. I'm going to slide you back. All right, if I am on this side of the patient and I am right-handed, I am going to put my hand over. Okay, overhand grip. If that's awkward for me, depending on my position, we're going to go up here. I am going to go underhanded. Either way, underhand like a guitar, like I'm playing a guitar, or overhand. Either way is appropriate as long as you're over that artery. Thank you. So, patient, 2 arms out, support those arms on the table. CNA, find the pulse on the side closest to you. Evaluator, find the pulse on the side closest to you. When you have the pulse, say yes. And we want to be way up at the wrist. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Left, right-handed.
You're right. So we want to use our right hand. So we're going to go right over, just like that. Yep, right over. So we want to be at the thumb side. You're at the pinky side. We want to be way up here at the thumb side. So we want to be a little closer to the thumb. We're going to go up here. Okay. Good. Good. You got it? Got it? Okay. So we're going to go it's way up here. Like her freckle is perfectly placed. Right there. Aim for the freckle. Thumb on the back.
Afraid of a little bit of thumb
Yep.
pressure to keep yourself.
Yep. You want some pressure on it. Do you feel it?
I do.
Okay. So just find his. All right. I'm going to do the timing for you. Everybody got a pulse? Everybody have a pulse? When I say start, quietly in your head, not out loud, I want you to count the thumps you feel under your fingers until I say stop. I'm doing the timing for you, okay? You don't have to pay attention to the clock. I'll do that part. All I want you to do is find the pulse and count it from the time I say start until stop. Are we good? Ready? Set. Start.
Don't be afraid to put a little bit of pressure. You almost have to pinch it.
Yeah. Let me see what your pulse is. Did you find it? Keep counting. All right. What'd you get?
I got to 36, and then we stopped because she was holding her
I
breath.
lost her pulse.
Okay.
She lost her pulse, but she was also holding her
Yeah.
breath. So
Oh.
When she said she lost it, I was like, oh, she lost it. And I held my breath.
That's okay. What'd you get?
I got 60.
69.
Okay, good.
67. 62.
Okay.
60.
Yeah, I felt 61.
Okay, I got 64. Yeah, you started like, okay. So you're going to do it again on him. He's going to be your patient. Okay. Now, the person that was the patient is now the CNA. One of the other two is the patient. So one of the other two. You can stay in the same spots. It's okay. Just put your arms out. Don't use your thumb. Use your fingers. There you go. Okay. So with her, she's kind of stays rigid. We want to just kind of get her to relax a little bit. And it's right there. Right there. Okay. Put your thumb on the back. Yep.
Right there. If you go just on towards the thumb from it, that's where you'll typically find the pulse. As long as our hand is facing upward. So realistically, you're not that little.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, somewhere there. Oh, sorry, I use my other hand for a second. This tendon right here, typically you'll find the pulse
Okay.
in this little pocket right next
So
to
in
it.
between, kind of.
Yeah.
We're going to go.
So you just
right-
kind of find the vein
right
with that
there.
tendon and just go off to the side towards the thumb and you feel it.
Okay. Instead of using the flat part of your fingers, let's use our fingertips. So you see how I kind of tent my fingers instead of laying them flat? We want to use the fingertips.
It's almost like you're trying to
I feel it
develop a
now.
death grip
Got
or
it?
something.
Yeah. All right, everybody ready? We're going to do it again. Ready? Okay. Okay.
Oh, you're fine.
So we're going to go right here.
Yeah.
Right there.
Kind of feel it in both ways too. So feel your own heartbeat as well as physically on your fingers.
Not quite as hard. A little lighter.
Better to use your fingertips.
Okay, ready? Everybody ready? Set. Start. And stop. Okay, how'd you do? Back there. Okay.
I unfortunately lost it when I got there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, good. How'd you guys do? Okay. 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 Last person is now the patient. Okay. Remember, the arms should be relaxed. If they're too rigid, it's going to be hard to feel. Get your patient to relax a little. Makes a big difference. Yep. You're a little low. Let's bring it up this way a little bit. it. Press a little harder.
Because I can't find hers. I'm having trouble.
Okay, so let me see your arm real quick. Let's just have her relax and put your arm over, put your hand over. Like that. You feel it?
Now I feel it.
Okay. Everybody good? Are you ready? Set. Start. Stop. What'd you guys get?
She got 57. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. That's still within 4 beats. Yep. Yep. Okay.
72.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. All right. So go ahead and go back to your regular places. All right. For this exercise, I did the timing for you. I looked at the clock, told you when to start, when to stop. For the test, you have to do that part too. So you're going to have to look at the clock, figure out where you want to start, say start out loud, because just like in here, right, we have one patient, one CNA, and one evaluator. That's what we're going to have for the test. You've got a patient, you're counting, but so is the evaluator. They have to know when to start and stop counting with you so you get the right number. Good? Make sense? So remember, you have to do the counting too. The best way, you're going to have a clock right above the bed, just like this, right here. Pick a starting point. Wherever you start is where you have to end. So if you start with the second hand on the 6, we're going to end with the second hand on the 6. Any questions on that? No? All right. Remember that we want to use our fingertips, not the flat part of our finger. Don't use your thumb. Make sure the elbow is supported. Make sure that patient's arm is somewhat relaxed, because if it's too rigid, you're not going to be able to feel anything. So let's talk about this. For the test, our care plan tells us 1 full minute is our count. We're going to follow the care plan because that's what we do. But that's not the only way we can take a pulse. There's lots of different ways to take a pulse. Our care plan for the test says 1 full minute. We'll count for 1 full minute. But in most cases, we're going to count for 15 seconds. That's what I did to double check his reading. I counted for 15 seconds. And then you multiply that by 4. And we get our full minute reading. It's a shortcut. And we can use this in healthcare. Absolutely permittable. Allowed. Fine. Unless our care plan says 1 full minute. And our care plan does. So for the test, we're going to do the 1 full minute. We do have to document this skill. So we're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I need to take your pulse. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. I'm going to find the pulse. I'm going to count what I feel under my fingers for 1 full minute. And I'm going to say stop. And then I'm going to do my closing. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Your environment's clean, bed's in a low position. Here's your call light. Open curtain, go wash hands. Document, go wash hands. And then say, my skill is done. Good. So I'm going to show you this video. And what's really cool about this new video, because I just redid all of these videos. And I really had to kind of think, because video is very one-sided. You're just passively watching it. You're not involved in the video. So how do I get you to be able to take the pulse with me through a video? How does that work? So what I did is at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see some words. And as the words get bigger, I'm feeling the thump. And then they're going to get small. And then they're going to get big again, another thump and small. And big again, another thump and small. So by watching that on the bottom of the screen, you are seeing what I am feeling. And you can count along with me and see if you get the same number. Okay, so we made this video somewhat interactive. Now stay tuned because I have real interactive videos coming. In the next couple of weeks, I will have, you guys will probably be testing right about that time, but it may help you. I am going to have a series of videos that are unlike anything else on YouTube. It'll show a clip and then it's going to say, what's your next step? And it's going to give you 3 video options. You'll click on the one you want to go to, and then it's going to tell you, yes, you're right. That is the next step, and play it. Or it's going to say, no, that's not the next step, and this is why. So if you say, put on gloves, it's going to say, no, we don't need gloves for this. Okay, so I've got some interactive videos coming. All right, Jake, go ahead and play Pulse.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to take your pulse. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Okay, now that I've washed my hands, I'm going to elevate your forearm, keeping your elbow on the bed. I'm going to find the pulse, which is on the thumb side of the wrist. 2 fingers, thumb on the back. And this will take me about a minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? Pick a starting point on the clock. Ready, set, start. Stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button and we'll be happy to help you. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. The bed is in the low position. I'm going to go wash my hands. In Florida, you would count with the second evaluator at this point. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to document and wash my hands. After washing my hands the final time, I'll review the care plan, think about my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right. Did you guys get 72? Very good. 71, yeah. It's hard to keep up with the flash. Sure. Any questions on pulse? Did you find that video helpful? At the bottom of the screen, you saw the actual checkpoints for every step I was doing. So I married up the checkpoints with the actions. So you can see, all right, the checkpoint says this is how we're going to get that check mark. Okay. You'll get to see that for every skill that we show you in here too. Any questions on pulse? Yeah, it's definitely going to be a matter of practice. Sure, you want to let the nurse know that that's irregular. Let's talk about that in just a second. Let me finish this up and then I want to come back to that because there's an irregularity that's actually pretty regular that I want to talk to you guys about. It's pretty neat, actually. So these are the steps that you saw on the screen. This is the actual checklist for pulse. These are the steps that you saw on the screen, the checkpoints. We're going to measure the pulse according to the care plan, so 1 full minute. We're going to use the radial pulse at the wrist because our care plan told us to. We're going to record it because our care plan told us to. We're going to knock to get that checkpoint. We're going to greet the resident, address them by name, introduce yourself, and describe the skill. And we're getting all of these checkpoints for the opening. We're going to obtain permission and close the curtain. We're going to wash our hands. We're going to use standard precautions, so we evaluate if we need gloves for that patient. We're going to support the arm. Don't use our thumb. Use our fingertips. We're going to leave the bed in the low position, ensure the environment's clean, ask them about their preferences and their comfort, leave the call light in place and the bed in the low position, and end skill with clean hands. So I used those principles, put them all together to make this skill. Okay. Now we're going to repeat those principles in all kinds of skills. So everything that is in a color other than black, you're going to see again and again and again and again. Somebody had a question? Remember that we want to read the care plan because that care plan is for this patient, not for this one, not for that one, just this one. All right, so let's talk about regular irregularities in the pulse. So for some of you, particularly those of you that are super teeny tiny and children, super teeny tiny people and children, we see this more. We can see it in anybody, but those are the ones we see this most often in. This is an regular irregularity. And what I mean by that is that the heart doesn't skip a beat, but it speeds up and then it slows down, and then it speeds up and then it slows down, and then it speeds up and then it slows down. And it's very regular, but it's irregular because it's fast and slow, fast and slow, fast and slow. So what is happening? Why do we see this? Inside your chest cavity, this whole cavity, it's surrounded by bone. So it's like a cage. It doesn't really expand much because bone is hard. So we have the spine on the back, we've got the ribs coming around, and we've got the sternum up front. Well, inside this cage, everything is really stuffed in there. I mean, it's compressed. Your heart is in the middle of all of that madness and it's beating. But so are your lungs. Your lungs are in the middle of that, and your lungs have to inflate and deflate. So inflate when we breathe in to get air in, and that makes the lungs bigger. And then when we breathe out, the lungs kind of relax and deflate, and there's more room. Well, the heart is in the middle of that. So when we breathe in, particularly if we're really small people, there's not a lot of room in that chest cavity. There's no expansion area. So when we breathe in and those lungs inflate, it presses in on that heart, and the heart responds by going, ah, and speeds up. And then when we exhale and the lungs deflate and there's more room, the heart goes, ah. So we end up with this increase in heart rate and this decrease in heart rate. And it's a very regular irregularity. Now we see this in children because they have really small rib cages. We see this in teeny tiny people because they have very small rib cages. And sometimes we'll see this in other situations, pregnant women, again, because they don't have a whole lot of room in there. It's all about space. That's really what it's all about. But anything that we notice, no matter how minor it seems to us or how normal it might seem to us, who else needs to know? The nurse. Now, one other word about pulse rates, because I always found this fascinating. So normal pulse rate is 60 to 100. That's normal. But as a nurse, I have to do these whole head to toe assessments on patients. I'm looking for real problems and potential problems. One of the things I want to know about you when you get admitted is, what is your life like? What are your daily activities? What are your habits, your hobbies? What do you do? What makes you you? And I need that information to plan this patient's care. And things that you wouldn't think are going to impact this are. So if we have somebody who does a lot of cardio, now I'm not talking about, 20 minutes 3 times a week. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the Lance Armstrongs, the Michael Phelps, the ones that are giving it their all 8 hours a day. They're on those bikes, they're swimming, they're running, they're, triathlon runners. A lot of cardio. Their pulse rates are going to be affected by that all the time. And the reason for that is your heart is a muscle, just like any other muscle in your body. If I went to the gym and I lifted curls all day, every day, right? Bicep curl. This is all I did 8 hours a day, bicep curls. I would have biceps to kill for. Right? Clearly I don't, but I would have biceps to kill for. And that's because I'm working on that one particular muscle. Well, cardio, the term cardio means heart. So if we're doing cardio exercise, the heart all day, every day. This is a lot of exercise of the heart. That's going to make the heart super strong. So when that heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. Whoosh. Right? That one whoosh pushed out more blood than 3 of my itty bitty heartbeats. So people who do a lot of cardio are going to have a lower resting heart rate. And when I say low, I mean like 30s or 40s. Our normal was 60 to 100. So you might take somebody's heart rate and it's 37. And you go find a nurse and go, oh my gosh, this patient's heart rate is 37. And she goes, it's fine. Now, in your CNA mind, you're like, no, that's not fine. 60 to 100 is fine. This is 37. Don't tell me that's fine. But she knows this patient is a triathlon runner, very high cardio fitness, because she did the assessment. And a resting heart rate 37, no worries. That means their heart is working just fine. It's actually stronger than mine. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, we have the bodybuilders. They're the ones in the gym doing the bicep curls all the time. They don't do cardio. Bodybuilders do not do cardio because cardio leans you out. They don't want to be lean. They want to be built. So they add on muscle for the heart to feed, but they don't make the heart any stronger. So their heart rates are actually going to be higher because there's more muscle mass to feed and not as strong of a pump to do it.
So it's got a power more.
Right. So it's got to go faster to get the work done. So a bodybuilder might have a resting heart rate of 120, where we might be going like, oh my gosh, it's too fast. 60 to 100 normal, 120 too fast. And the nurse might say, yeah, it's fine. That's their normal resting heart rate. Now, in other situations, you might tell the nurse, hey, this patient's got a heart rate of 37 and she goes running down the hallway like crazy. That's because that's not a normal resting heart rate for that patient. That is not a cardio athlete. And a heart rate of 37 is not getting enough blood to the brain or the kidneys, and this patient's in trouble. This is why as CNAs, we don't get to make the decisions. We report our findings and let the nurse decide whether it's important or not. Good? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, the lowest average heart rate that I ever saw in a patient was 37. And I initially was like, oh, that's no good. But everything was coming back perfect on him. I mean, he was like the specimen of physical health. But that one really kind of threw me pretty bad because normally if we're under 40, we get a little iffy, little concerned because I want to make sure that the kidneys and the brain are getting enough blood. You know, they're able to survive. So that one kind of threw me even as a nurse. Don't make judgments. Just report it. Good? Questions? All right, we're going to move on and learn all about dressing a resident. This is not a hard skill. You guys all get dressed. We're dressing somebody. Now, there is a little twist on this one because our care plan is going to tell us that this patient has a weak arm. That's going to change how we dress them. This is our overview page on page 102. All of the principles that are involved, they're all going to be spelled out for us here. These are our skill-specific steps and our test information down here. They're going to give you someone like you with no experience, 14 minutes to get this patient dressed. 14 minutes. Remember, that does not include hand washing. That's just opening, skill, closing. 14 minutes. We are dressing a mannequin, one of these guys, and the mannequin will be in bed. 14 minutes. It does not take 14 minutes to put on socks, pants, and shirt. It might take me 14 minutes to figure out what I want to wear. Yeah. But the actual getting dressed does not take 14 minutes. Don't rush this. You got lots of time to get this done. Step-by-step instructions are on page 103, along with the care plan at the top of the page. Care plan tells us to dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. Resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. You probably want to underline that. Right arm. It's going to be important. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, we're going to leave the resident in bed. This is a good care plan. Tells us everything we need to know. And we're going to follow it because that's what we do with care plans. Now, when it comes to dressing a resident, we have a lot of principles that are going to be involved here. Let me go back to the overview page to show you. Oops, one more. You see all those principles? We don't know all those yet. We know the skill rules. We know the opening. We know glove rules, and we know the closing. But we've got 3 more there that we don't know. And that's what we're going to focus on now, is learning these 3 principles. Luckily, it does not take me as long to teach you these as it did to teach you glove rules. It's a whole lot less to say. So let's start with the first one, barrier rules. One word about principles. Everything on the back wall, they are not on your care plans. It's not going to tell you to do the opening. No care plan is going to tell you that. Care plan is not going to tell you to follow the care plan. Care plan is not going to tell you when to wash your hands. Everything on that back wall, all of these principles that we're learning, we have to know them in order to do our job. This is why I've got them on your t-shirt in the for your letters. Everything on that wall is in there. It's stuff we have to know. Nobody's going to tell us. Good? Good. All right. So the care, I just went over that. All right. So let's go to page 84 and learn the barrier rules. I have a video on this. We have a whole lesson in the online course. I'm not going to make you watch a video. I'd rather talk to you. Page 85 is going to give you the notes for this. But barrier rules is pretty easy. If we're going to use supplies, we have to have a place to put them. Makes sense. For this skill, we have supplies. We have clothes that we have to put on the patient. We're going to have a privacy blanket that we're going to need to use. We need a place to put those supplies. And unfortunately, this table is not considered clean. Table is going to be used for meals. So it could have brown gravy from last night's dinner, grape jelly from breakfast. It could have all kinds of food items on. But it's not the only thing that it does. This table also is the one surface your patient can reach. So everything goes on it. Cell phones, crossword puzzle books, chapsticks, juices for later. I mean, everything is going to be on this table. It is not clean. Luckily for us, for the test, they're empty, right? When you go to the test, that's what the table's going to look like. Nothing on it. In a clinical setting, it's got all kinds of stuff on it. You're going to have to carve out a little space for yourself. But for the test, they make it easy. The table is empty, but that causes a problem because your brain can see that empty table and think, oh, I can use it. It's clean. It's not. You can never consider this table clean. We have to have a clean place for our clean supplies, though. Remember that during our opening, we did knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get you dressed. Is that okay? Close curtain. And then we went and washed our hands. So we have clean hands now. And we're going to go into our supply cabinet and get our clean supplies. We have clean hands. That's when we're going to stop to get our clean supplies. But if those clean supplies are going to be put on a surface, we have to make sure the surface is also clean. Now, you could grab a hand wipe and wipe the surface down and all of that, but we're going to do something different for the test. For the test, we're going to use a barrier. We're going to use something between this surface and our clean items, whatever those clean items are. So for the exam, we're going to use a very specific type of barrier. A barrier is just anything. You can use a Kleenex as a barrier, or a paper towel, or a washcloth, or a bath towel, or anything. Anything can be a barrier. But for the test, we're going to use a very specific kind of barrier, and that's this. This is a disposable underpad. It's different from a washable underpad. Remember on day one, I told you everything has 2 or 3 names in healthcare? Okay. Washable underpads are called bed pads. We aren't using those for the test. Disposable underpads like this are called chucks because they're the kind of underpad that you chuck it when you're done. So chucks is what you're going to hear this referred to as. Its technical name is a disposable underpad, but we also call them barriers, because that's what we use it for. Good? When you use a barrier on the table, you're going to place it on the table after unfolding it with the absorbent side facing up and the plastic side against the surface. That way, if there is anything on the surface, it doesn't bleed through. Good? Questions?
If there's stuff on the table, do you move it to the side, then wash your hands, then put the barrier on?
Depends. To be honest with you, it depends on the setting. It depends on the patient. It depends on the skill. It just depends. But generally speaking, I don't like touching the patient's stuff after my hands are clean. So I generally will grab one of these and just put it on over whatever's on the table. Yeah, I don't move the patient's stuff. And there are, okay, let me back up. Let me tell you something that's not on these slides and nobody's going to tell you. Patients in a clinical setting have nothing to do and all day to do it. They will obsess because there's nothing else to take their mind off of it. If a patient has nothing to do, they will arrange their stuff in a certain way. They just will, because they have to exert control over something. In a place that everything is out of their control, they're going to have to do something to feel like they're in control of something, right? So they may have their chapstick in exactly the place that they want it. I am not getting involved in that. So I'll take one of these and put it on the table. Just leave everything the way it is as long as I can. Now, if there's a food tray there, I got to move that. I'm not going to do a food tray. I might ask the patient, if I've got a good rapport with them, hey, Miss Mary, can I move this stuff off the table so I can use it? And, you know, you get to know your patients. There are some patients that I can do that with. There's some patients that I'm not going anywhere near it. So you kind of have to learn along the way. Does that make sense? So a big part of this is going to depend on the setting, the patient, the skill, what we've got going on. For the tests, they're going to make it easy. You don't have to move anything. But let me give you a real world example of what I mean by patients will fixate. My grandmother was on hospice while she was living in my mom's home, and she had congestive heart failure, and nothing was in her control. Nothing. She wasn't at home. Nothing went the way she wanted. She was not in control of anything. She's on hospice. Her life is ending, and she was a control freak. She liked to be in control. This set up a lot of butting heads between my mom and my grandma, a lot. But my grandma had a home health aide that would come in and change her sheets and make her bed and things like that. Now, you have to understand, my grandmother was very particular. Like, I used to live with her when I was really little, and I knew how to make a bed with hospital corners by the time I was 2. And you could bounce a quarter off of that bed when I was 2. You got out of bed, you made your bed before you left the side of the bed. You weren't getting back in that bed. Once you were up, you were up. And she had a specific way of doing things. And I love my grandmother to pieces, but she was very persnickety. That's a good word for my grandma. Now, this home health aide would come in and change her sheets. Now, she had a queen size bed. She was not changing her own sheets. There was no way. She couldn't lift that mattress. It's not happening. But the home health aide did not make hospital corners the way my grandmother wanted the hospital corners made. So once the home health aide would leave, my grandmother would sit in her recliner where she had eyesight of that bed and look at the corner of the bed that did not have the hospital corners. And she had nothing else to do all day. So by the time my mom came in for lunch, 12:30, 1 o'clock, my grandmother's just hopping mad over these hospital corners that aren't in place. And it would drive my mom absolutely insane. Why do you care? Somebody changed your sheets. You should be grateful that somebody changed the sheets. But in a world where everything is out of control, you have to feel like you control something. And once you understand that about patient psychology, this becomes a little easier. If this is all they can control, I'm going to let them have it. Does that make sense? Okay. So just totally off topic, but it's helpful to kind of put yourself in the mindset of your patients to understand where they're at. I will be that person. If you ask any of my children, I am a control freak. I did not fall far from my grandmother. I control everything in my environment because I have very limited coping mechanisms. And when things go out of control, I don't know how to cope with it. Right? So we all have our own personality quirks. So I can understand it. I get it. Doesn't mean it doesn't drive me crazy, but I get it. Put yourself in your patient's position. Sometimes it helps. So if we're going to get our supplies with clean hands after we washed our hands, and we're going to use a barrier to put those supplies on the table, we have to think for just a second about the trip in between. So we've washed our hands, we got our barrier, and we're going to put that barrier on the table, but we can't let stuff touch our uniform because our uniform is not clean. It's leaned up against the bed, it's brushed up against the curtain, it's leaned against the sink, it's knelt on the floor. Your uniform is not clean once you start work. So if you go to your supply cabinet and you get your barrier and your clothes, and you come back over to the table, you got to spread this guy out. I don't have enough hands for that. I can't put this down on here. I got to spread this out, but I don't have enough hands. So what we end up doing is this, right? But our uniform is not clean. So what did we do? We contaminated it. And remember, these are pathogens that we picked up from other rooms. This isn't this patient's pathogens. These are strange pathogens. So the way that we do this is we go get our barrier first. Because clean linens can't touch our uniform. We go get our barrier first, put it on the table, and then we go back and get the rest of our supplies. Now for the test, they make this super easy because it's kind of like this. Your supplies are right here. 2 steps. Easy. In a clinical setting, this can get a little more complex because a lot of times your barrier is with the rest of your clean supplies, which are in a clean utility room at the end of the hall. So go by your policy and procedure for that facility. Okay, good. I just went over all this. All right, so the way we do this, we get our barrier first. After we wash our hands, we put it on the table. We go get the rest of the supplies and put those on the table. Good? So barrier rules. Barriers provide a clean place to put our clean supplies. We only touch supplies with clean hands. We get our barrier first, and we don't let our supplies touch your uniform. Barrier rules. We're going to use this anytime we use supplies. So you're going to see this again. Barrier rules. Now we're going to move on to privacy blanket. Privacy is important. But it's not just about privacy. We also have to think about comfort, emotional and physical. So a privacy blanket, which is this guy, this guy. This is a privacy blanket. It's also called a bath blanket because everything in healthcare has 2 names. Privacy blanket or a bath blanket. We have to think about, again, our patient's experience here. Now, I am running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I'm doing all kinds of skills. I'm super active. I'm fully dressed. What do you think the temperature feels like for me? Warm. Your patient is laying in bed in a thin hospital gown covered by a thin sheet, not doing anything. What does temperature feel like to them? Cold. Now take their sheet away. Freezing. We don't stop to think about that very often. We tend to just consider everybody else is at the same comfort level we are. Unless we stop and think about it, we don't think about it. So when we're going to take somebody's sheet away from them in a clinical setting, we need to consider the fact that this is probably going to make them cold. And we need to give them a consolation prize. So that's why we use a privacy blanket. And it's also for privacy as well. This curtain does protect the patient from being seen by all of you. If I pull the curtain, I block out all of the strangers out here while I'm working with her. The problem is it doesn't block her out from the stranger that's in the space with her. I'm still a stranger. So the curtain itself does not provide enough privacy for the patient from you. This is a concept that a lot of people don't really think about. And I get this question a lot on my YouTube channel. Like, people put comments in, well, why do I have to use a privacy blanket? I closed the curtain. This is a concept that's really kind of foreign out there, but we have to start thinking about things from our patient's point of view, not ours. This person's in a strange place, surrounded by strange people. They don't know us. And we're getting to see all of their naughty bits. We're not even on a first name basis. That's uncomfortable. I don't care what initials you have behind your name. That's uncomfortable. So we have to really think about propriety and dignity and ethics when it comes to patient care. And a lot of people will decide not to use a privacy blanket because they think it's not necessary. What you do after you graduate, once you get certified and get out there, I will have zero influence on. I'm not going to come knock on your facility door in 3 months and say, hey, are you doing everything I taught you to do? I have no control over you once you leave that room. I have no control over you now, but I definitely don't have any control over you once you leave my space. So I have to explain to you why we need to keep doing these things beyond the test, because I'm going to be a patient one day and I want you to use a privacy blanket, please. I don't want to be cold. I don't want to be exposed. I don't know you. Make sense? So our rule here is that we are going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Uncovered or undressed. Uncovered because they're going to be cold. Undressed because of dignity. Questions? Remember, you are the stranger in the room with them. This is something that we just have to do. They're not going to tell us to do it on the care plan.
I am very old, so I don't care a lot about different things. Like when I got my massage, I have a massage therapist, and I want to be nude. I don't care about modesty. What do you do with a patient that is like that?
That's fine. I will accommodate my patients, but it's also there for my protection as well. Even though you've decided to make that decision for you, there still should be a sheet in place for modesty on the areas that we're not currently working on.
For professionalism, would you say?
Absolutely, professionalism. Yep. So we want to make sure our patient is always covered with something. And yeah, we are going to have a lot of patients that are like, everybody's seen it already. I don't care, whatever. That's fine. That's a decision the patient can make. That's not one I'm making for them. Okay. Now, when we put the privacy, remember, our care plan is not going to tell us this. We have to know we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. It's there for privacy and warmth. But when we put this on, how we put it on actually matters. We're not going to snap or shake this. We do this at home when we change our sheets all the time. When we're putting sheets on, we do something like this. Right? When we do that, whatever was on that bed just got sucked up right about to this level. So all these little fuzzies that you see, those are dead skin cells, yeast, bacteria, all the stuff shed off this patient. And I am breathing them right in through open doorways. Don't snap or shake your linens. We're just going to unfold them and spread them out. And I want to put it on top of the sheet so that when I pull this sheet down, that patient is always covered. Make sense? Otherwise, what ends up happening is this. How long was that patient exposed? Quite a bit of time. So we put the blanket on over the sheet and then pull the sheet down, and the patient is never exposed. At the end of the scale, when we're all done, we're going to pull the sheet up over the blanket and then remove the blanket from the bed. Everything we remove from the bed, we ball up so that the trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. Good? Questions? Okay. Don't remove that blanket with your gloves on, though. If we have to pull that sheet up right after we're done with the skill, we're wearing gloves if we're touching body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. Those gloves have cooties. We're going to pull that sheet up. It's going to be right up next to their face with cootie gloves. Would you want cootie gloves on that sheet? Good. Take your gloves off before you take the privacy blanket off. All right, that's privacy blanket. So our rules are privacy blanket keeps people warm and provides privacy. It's used anytime a patient's uncovered or undressed. We're going to pull the sheet down underneath. We don't snap or shake the blanket, and we remove it at the end of the skill after we take off our gloves.
When we're doing the skill, if the privacy blanket is required, that's like supplies, we would do that before we touch the patient.
Right.
We get that out and we then lay it over them and then put our gloves on after that, or should we wash and put gloves on and lay the blanket, perform the skill, remove the gloves, and then continue to
Okay.
sheet over and pull it out?
Yeah. So let me kind of go through the workflow with you. And this is dressing a resident. Let's stick with the skill we're going to be doing now. I do my opening. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get you dressed. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get a barrier. Barrier goes on the table. Get the rest of my supplies. They go on the table. Now, let's say for whatever reason, I need gloves for this skill. Patient has an incision. I decide I need gloves for this skill. I get gloves. They go on the table. I take my blanket, put it over the sheet, pull the sheet down. No gloves yet. I am ready to start dressing. I put gloves on. I dress the resident. I take gloves off, take the blanket away, clean my environment, do my closing, wash my hands. Okay.
If they have like an incision on their chest and put the shirt on, do you still leave the gloves on for pants and socks, or do you do that first, then the thing that has
You don't need the gloves on for pants and socks.
Okay.
You can wait to put the gloves on when you're in the area that requires gloves. And I would prefer it that way, but the test isn't testing you on it. In fact, let me back up a step. The test will never throw that at you. Test will never throw that. So what they're testing you on, guys, is minimum skills competency. You expect a 12th grade test, you're getting a kindergarten test. Minimum skills competency. You're expecting in your mind that this is going to be like high level, hard test. It's not. It is minimum. It is, are you going to kill the patients when we let you out there? That's what we're grading on, like way down here. So they're not going to give you a variation where you have an incision to worry about. They want to make sure that you wear gloves when you're doing mouth care, denture care, peri care, and catheter care, and helping somebody with a bedpan. That's it. So there's no variation of dressing that would require gloves. Make sense? No curveballs. They make this super easy. Minimum skills competency. Kindergarten. Of course, kindergarten isn't easy to kindergartners, though, is it? Because they have to learn it. That's where you're at right now. You're going to look back on this someday and go, oh, yeah, that was minimum. Because you got a long way of learning to go once you get certified. Good? We just want to make sure you don't kill anybody in the process. All right, last principle to learn is linen rules. This is on page 86. The thing about linen rules is we already know most of it. We just learned most of it. Notes are on page 87, but these are all repeats. Jake, I need 214, please.
You mentioned.
Oh, it is in there. Okay.
You mentioned for glove situations, fairy care, dental care, empty in the basin, and which other one?
Oh, don't worry about it. You don't need to write them down. They're in the book. You're going to see gloves and supplies for the skills that require gloves. But there aren't very many. Basically, if you're going to touch body fluids, personal skin or non-intact skin, we need gloves. So think about all the skills that we're going to learn to do that have us touching body fluids. You need gloves for that. Okay. All right, so linens can't touch your uniform. Yeah, we already know that one. Have to have clean hands to get your linens. Yeah, we know that one too. Principles that are repeated are doubly important. They count really big. Remember I said everything's weighted? Yeah, if I give you the principle twice, it means it's doubly important. It's going to be weighted heavily on the state exam. Don't snap or shake linens. Yeah, we learned that one too. This, we're going to skip 2. We're going to come back to these 2 right here, this blank. We're going to come back to this in a later lesson. Not today, later in the program. We're going to go down here and talk about this one, though. Anything you take that you do not use, you cannot leave in the room for later. You have to use it or discard it, because if it's in the room, it's out of your sight. You can't trust anything that's out of your sight. A wife will come in with 2 cups of hot coffee, give one of them to her husband, but trip on the oxygen tubing and spill a little coffee on the floor, look around, see a washcloth on a chair for later, pick it up, dry up the coffee, but there's no hamper in the room because we don't keep dirty linens in our patients' rooms. So she has nowhere to put that dirty washcloth. So she'll fold it back up and put it back on your stack for you. And then when you go to bathe her husband later on, you're bathing him with a washcloth that was on the floor and covered in coffee. Anything that is out of your sight cannot be considered clean. Can't verify it. So you take it and use it, or you discard it. So you've got to learn your supplies so you're not discarding a lot of things that we don't need to. Good? Anything out of your sight cannot be considered clean. We'll cover the rest of linen rules in a future lesson. So here's our linen rules. Linens can't touch your uniform. You have to have clean hands to get those linens. Don't snap or shake them. And anything you don't use gets discarded. So now that we know all of those principles, remember everything with a color, we can use it to check off most of this skill. So these are the checkpoints for dressing a resident. And notice over half of it are checkpoints that don't have anything to do with the skill itself. Good? Make sense? All right, let's focus on the skill itself now. This is going to check off those other checkpoints that aren't covered by our principles. Notes for this are starting on page 98. Details count. We want to ask the patient, what do you want to wear today? Patients have the right to choose their own clothing. They have that right. If they describe something that doesn't match, we have the right to suggest something else, because you are judged by the way your patients look. It's that simple. If your patients are all in mismatched clothing, rumpled, the buttons don't match up, their hair's all messy, I do not have good CNAs, and I know that. Attention to detail matters. So if your patient is describing something that does not go together, you can say, would you like your white shirt with that? That would look really nice. Your patient might say, oh yeah, that's what I meant, because they want to look nice. Or they might say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt and my purple plaid pants. Okay, no problem. Let me get that for you. We don't know what their motivation is. Maybe their son bought the shirt and their daughter bought the pants and they're both visiting today. Maybe today's bingo and that's their lucky outfit. I don't know. But if that's what they want to wear, that's what they're going to wear. Okay, so we'll ask them, what do you want to wear? Yeah, that does not go. We do honor their wishes. All right, we're going to minimize exposure here. The way that we're going to do that is using a privacy blanket, closing the privacy curtain, and getting their items, their clothing, before we undress them. You don't want to get this patient naked and then leave them to go get their clothes. Get their clothes before we undress them. When we lift an extremity, we lift from below with a flat palm. We're not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't lift like this from below with a flat palm, supporting at the joints. All right. Remember I had you underline right arm? You guys remember that? Right arm? Your care plan for the test is going to say either right or left. I don't know which care plan you're getting. Some say right, some say left. You're going to read the care plan. But when you read that care plan and it tells you which arm is weak, you need to make a mental note of it. You need to pay attention, because when we're dressing somebody with a weak arm, we have to do this in a very specific way. We're going to undress the strong arm first. And that's because we want that stronger arm to do all the work. If that stronger arm pulls itself out of the sleeve, then the garment just falls right off the weak arm. No movement required. And then we're going to put the new garment on the weak arm first. No movement required, and make that stronger arm again do all the work. So USA first is how we remember this. Undress strong arm first, and then dress weak arm first. Okay, so you have to know which arm is weak. In this case, it's our right arm. Be careful. Don't cause injury. Don't overextend. You're going to see how I do this. I put my hand in through backwards on the sleeve, hold their hand like I'm shaking their hand to move the jacket from my hand onto theirs without bending those fingers backwards. Don't overextend or force. Your care is judged by how your patients look. So, oh yeah, yeah. You want to make sure that the buttons are right, the toes are over the toe seams, all of those things. But let me talk to you. Yeah, thank you. I know I'm getting low on time again. Let me tell you what he's talking about. This was our testing. We were a testing center for many years. This was one of the testing mannequins. I had two. She's actually in the best shape of the two of them. Testing mannequins. You would think, because they're testing mannequins, they would be in pristine shape, right? Because everybody that's testing should know what to do with a mannequin. Yeah, not so much. So holding her together are steel cables. Steel cables. That's what holds her together. But it also gives flexibility of her joints. She can move similar to a real person. So her foot is held in place by a steel cable. You guys see that? That don't look right. Somebody dressing her broke that steel cable while dressing her. Yes, she does need ortho. Steel cable. And could not understand why they failed the test. If you broke a steel cable, what would have happened to a real person? Probably more than pull a muscle, yeah. So understand that during the test, you're going to see all kinds of things, okay? I say these things because they've actually happened. We've seen them happen. and I've got to do what I can to prevent that from being duplicated with you guys. All right, so don't overextend or force movement. At the end of the skill, you're going to put the gown and the blanket in the hamper. Nothing ever goes on the floor. Don't leave it on the table. Everything has to be clean when we leave our skill. Remember, I look around, environment's clean, nothing on the floor. Everything goes in the hamper. Our barrier gets thrown away. Questions? Yes, there will be. And we're going to talk more about that next class on Monday. I'm going to tell you where the hamper is. For the test, it's going to be right next to the bed. Easy. In a clinical setting, it will not be, and we'll talk about that next week. Yeah, we don't keep dirty things in a patient's room. All right, so call light will go in the stronger hand because they have to be able to use it. Good? Good. All right, so I'm going to skip all this. We're going to go to, let me go back here. So not range of motion. Okay, so remember our care plan. Dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. Resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. Resident's not able to help with dressing. And after dressing, leave the resident in bed. So those are our instructions. We're going to watch the video that's going to show us how to do that. Checkpoints will be on the bottom of the screen. I may keep you a minute over. Please bear with me. As the video is playing, Jake is going to be passing out the review sheets from today's class. You will get a wrap-up email with all of the links. Range of motion shoulder is going to move to a future class because we're not going to get to it today. And I told you that was the one that I probably would have to move. All right. So Jake, go ahead. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Wonderful. I'd like to get you dressed for the day. Is that okay? Very good. Let me close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. After washing my hands, I'll gather my supplies. We'll start with a barrier, and then we'll ask the patient what they want to wear today. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? We'll get the outfit the patient described, including a pair of pants, a long sleeve button or snap front shirt, and a pair of socks, as well as a privacy blanket. Okay, Miss Jones, I've gathered our supplies here. So we're going to start with a privacy blanket. I'm going to lay this blanket out over you. This is going to help keep you warm and protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to be careful not to snap or shake the blanket. We'll put it right over the sheet and pull the sheet down underneath. And we're going to pull that sheet all the way to the end of the bed. Okay, we're going to start with the socks. I'm going to take the first sock, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, and place it on the foot so the toe seam is lined up over the toes. And then I'm going to lift the leg from below and pull the sock over the heel gently. We want to smooth it out, making sure there's no wrinkles and the heel is in the heel place. We're going to do the same thing with the other side. Scrunch it up, put it on so that the toe seam is across the toes. We'll lift from below with a flat palm, put it over the heel, and smooth out all wrinkles. Okay, so now we're going to put your pants on. I'm going to unfold the pants and scrunch up the leg all the way to the end. And I'll put my hand in through backwards. I'm going to hold the foot to slide the pant leg over the foot, and then I'll lift from below to slide the pant leg over the heel. We'll repeat on the other side. So we're going to scrunch the pant leg up all the way to the end. Put our hand through and hold the foot in place with our hand while we slide the pant over the foot. Lift from below to put the pant leg over the heel. And then we're going to pull the pants up. Okay, Miss Jones, if I can have you lift your hips up for me. Very good. We'll pull the blanket down and straighten the legs. Because we have to undress the strong arm first, and your care plan indicated that your right arm was your weaker arm, I'm going to sit the head of the bed up to make this a little bit easier to get you dressed, and we'll undress your left arm first. So I'm just going to press the button to get you into a sitting or semi-reclining position. This makes it a little bit easier for dressing. And I'm going to help you sit forward by putting my hand on your upper back. And on the count of 3, you're going to sit forward. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. I'll hold you in place, untie that gown, and then we'll tuck that privacy blanket behind your back as we return you to a sitting position. We're going to remove the gown from this arm, supporting at the elbow as we lift, and then resting the elbow back on the bed. We'll move the gown to the other side. Okay, so we're going to remove the gown from your weaker arm now. So again, I'll tuck a corner of this blanket behind you. We're going to remove the gown from the weaker arm by lifting from below at the elbow to extend the elbow out very gently, minimizing motion. Then we'll rest it back on the bed. The gown will be put on the overbed table. Now we'll take the shirt, and our care plan specified a long sleeve, snap, or button front shirt. This is a snap front. So I'm going to take the sleeve and bunch it up, putting my hand in through backwards, and hold the patient's hand, holding all the fingers together, keeping the elbow on the bed as I slide the sleeve over my hand and the patient's. Then we'll lift from below at the elbow, supporting, and slide the arm sleeve all the way up. We'll rest that elbow back on the bed. Mrs. Jones, if I can assist you to sit forward, I'll put this shirt behind you around to the other side. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll support at the upper back as we assist her. We want to smooth that shirt down. Come on back, Miss Jones. And I'll go to the other side to finish getting you dressed. And I'll help you put your arm in this sleeve. Again, we'll scrunch the sleeve all the way up, put our hand in through backwards, and this time, Miss Jones, if you can reach your arm back and grasp my hand. Thank you. Support at the elbow. And then we'll snap the shirt, making sure that the buttons are aligned properly and everything looks good. Now we'll remove the privacy blanket. Adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance. We'll wind the privacy blanket up in a ball, and I'm going to go get your gown, and we'll put these in dirty linen, and I'll be back to get you all settled. These items will go in dirty linen. I'm going to throw your barrier away. Ms. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Would you like the head of the bed adjusted at all? Or your sheet back on? You're good like you are? Wonderful. Here's your call light. We're going to place it directly in the stronger hand. If you need anything, please press that red button and we'll be happy to assist you. Your bed is in the low position. The environment is clean. I'm going to open the curtain, go wash my hands, and if you need anything at all, please feel free to call. After washing my hands, I'll review the care plan to make sure that I undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first and put the call light in the stronger hand. I'll make any corrections that I need to make and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Lights coming on?
Okay, any questions on that one? Any questions? If you did not get the wrap-up emails, please go to our FLCNAtraining.com website. Make sure that you sign in or sign up on that pop-up screen that's going to come up. We have to have you, our system won't send you the email unless you have opted in. So you have to fill that out to opt in or our system can't send it out.
The website's FLCNAtraining.com.
Yep, FLCNAtraining.com. And then a pop-up will come up and it'll be me here, the picture. All right, any questions? Homework tonight, chapters 2 and 3. So double the work, double the time. So chapters 2 and 3 in your white book as well. I'll get the grades from you on Monday when you come into class. Do something fun though. Have a great weekend. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Those of you joining us virtually, thank you so much for tuning in. And I apologize, the game show is this coming Tuesday, not yesterday. I got that mixed up somehow. So game show will be on next Tuesday. Hope to see you there. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.